We need to have a conversation. Just please do me a favor and like the streams. Like the streams. So, what is culture? Culture was defined early as the symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts that are part of any society. I want to say that again so that we're clear. Culture was defined earlier as the symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts that are part of any society. As this definition suggests, there are two basic components of culture: ideas and symbols on the one hand, and artifacts, material objects on the other. The first type, called non-material culture, also known as symbolic culture, includes the values, beliefs, symbols, and language that define a society. The second type, called material culture, includes all the society's physical objects, such as its tools and technology, clothing, eating, utensils, and means of transportation. These elements of culture are discussed next. So I'm not going to go too far into symbols, but I am going to give you a distinct description of symbols. Every culture is filled with symbols, or things that stand for something else and that often evoke various reactions and emotions. Some symbols are actually types of nonverbal communication, while other symbols are in fact material objects. There's an example of that, like, this little sign right here. Gesture, hand gestures. That's what they're talking about, symbols. Language. Perhaps our most important set of symbols is language. In English, the word chair means something to sit on. In Spanish, the word silla means the same thing. As long as we agree how to interpret these words, a shared language and thus society are possible. By the same token, differences in language can make it quite difficult to communicate. For example, imagine you are in a foreign country where you do not know the language and the country's citizens do not know yours. Worse yet, you forget to bring your dictionary that translates their language into yours and vice versa. And your iPhone battery has died. You become lost. How will you get help? What will you do? Is there any way to communicate your plight? So you have norms next. Cultures differ widely in their norms or standards and expectations for behavior. We already saw that the nature of drunken behavior depends on society's expectations of how people should behave when drunk. Norms of drunken behavior is influence how we behave when we drink too much. Norms are the formal and informal rules regarding what kinds of behavior are acceptable and appropriate within a culture. Norms are specific to a culture, time period, and situation. Rituals. Different cultures also have different rituals or established procedures and ceremonies that often mark transitions in life course. As such, rituals both reflect and transmit a culture's norm and other elements from one generation to the next. Graduation ceremonies in colleges and universities are familiar examples of time-honored rituals. In many societies, rituals help signify one's gender identity. For example, girls around the world undergo various types of initiation ceremonies to mark their transition to adulthood. Among the Bimba of Zambia, girls undergo a month-long initiation ceremony called the Chinsungu, in which girls learn song, dance, and secret terms that only women know. In some cultures, special ceremonies also mark a girl's first menstrual period. Such ceremonies are largely absent in the US, where a girl's first period is a private matter. But in other cultures, the first period is a cause for celebrating or celebration involving gifts, music, and food. Changing norms and beliefs. Our examples show that different cultures have different norms, even if they share other types of practices and beliefs. It is also true that norms change over time within a given culture. Two obvious examples here are hairstyles and clothing styles. When the Beatles first became popular in the 60s, their hair barely covered their eyes. But parents and teenagers back then were aghast at how they looked. If anything, clothing styles change even more often than hairstyles. Hemlines go up and hemlines go down. Labels become wider, labels become narrow. This color is in, this color is out. Hold on to your out of style clothes long enough, and eventually they may well end up back in style. Values. Values are another important element of culture and involve judgments of what is good or bad, desirable or undesirable. A culture's value shapes its norms. In Japan, for example, a central value is a group of harmony. The Japanese place great emphasis on harmonious social relationships and dislike interpersonal conflict. Individuals are fairly unassertive by American standards, lest they be perceived as trying to force their will on others. When personal disputes do arise, Japanese do their best to minimize conflict by trying to resolve the disputes amicably. Lawsuits are thus uncommon. In one case involving disease and death from a mercury-polluted river, some Japanese who dared to sue the company responsible for the mercury poisoning were considered bad citizens. Not in the US. I'm not going to get too much into work ethic or the other thing, but I'm going to talk about artifacts real quick, and then we're going to move on. So the last element of culture is the artifacts or material objects that constitutes a society's material culture. In the most simple societies, artifacts are largely limited to a few tools, the huts people live in and the clothing they wear. One of the most important inventions is the evolution of society was the wheel. So here we have a few examples of what makes up a culture. And to run it back to everybody who might just be joining in, popping out and popping back in, I'm gonna give you these examples again of what makes culture. Culture is defined earlier as the symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts that are part of any society. So what I want to try to make clear here is, how do we Black people determine or separate Black culture from HBCU culture? Does HBCU culture have its own symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts as a part of that society? Does Black culture have different symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts for that society, whether it be non-material or material? This is a serious question, because y'all are going to see why. Those of you who are in here at this particular juncture, as the bill continues, you're going to understand why. So I want to go to my next source real quick, just to give you a little history lesson on HBCU. Okay? For those of you who are not familiar with, historically, Black colleges and universities have been at the center of American story for over 180 years, socially and economically. I want you to think about that. How long have African Americans, first Africans, and then the African Americans who descend from the Africans, been in America? How long have we been in the Americas? How long have we been in North America? How long has HBCUs existed? Rather socially or economically? Let's deal with it. We got to get into the notable Black people that went to HBCUs, but we do know the vice president, Miss Harris, she went to an HBCU. We all know about Oprah Winfrey. We already know about Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, and then you got Michael Strahan, but there's a lot of notable ones behind it. So, beginning, everybody know after the Civil War between 1861 and 65, HBCUs emerged to provide Black Americans the most basic of human rights. So it was after the Civil War that HBCUs emerged, where we can access a full education. Prior to the Civil War, the education of Black Americans was prohibited in most Southern states and often discouraged in Northern states, resulting in only a few Black schools being in existence. What were those schools? Let's take a look and see. Let's see. You got the Cheney University, the University District of Columbia, Lincoln University, and Wilberforce University, right? With Cheney being the first. Most of our nation's HBCUs were started by philanthropists and free Blacks. I'm gonna say that again. Most of our HBCUs were started by white people. Let me just say it like that, because y'all wanna play games. We're just gonna say it like that. The majority were started by white people. Southern states, at the behest of the federal government and religious organizations such as the AMA, American Missionary Association, and then the African Methodist AME Church. Y'all got it. Now, by and large, the first HBCUs were established to educate children of formerly enslaved people and train them to teach other Black Americans. That's why they was established. Only schools that was available to most Black Americans, they often provided primary, secondary, and post-secondary education. So if there was a school, you can go through all the school you want to right there. You're gonna get your elementary, middle school, high school education in that one school. All right, so from the late 1800s to the late 1900s, HBCUs thrived, provided refuge for laws and public policies prohibited Black Americans from attending most colleges and universities. HBCUs provided undergraduate training for 75% of all Black Americans holding a doctorate degree, 75% of all Black officers in the armed forces, and 80% of all in the federal judges. Before higher education was desegregated in the 50s and 60s, almost all Black students enrolled at HBCUs. I'm gonna say that again. Before desegregation, almost all Black people went to HBCUs. They didn't have a choice to go to a historically white college or university. Right? We all agree with that? Which goes back to my question about Black culture versus HBCU culture. See what I'm saying? All right. So that's just a little bit of the timeline. Like I said, for more detailed information regarding that, just check the description link in the video, and I promise you that you're gonna have all of that. So I want to talk a little bit about this particular source, something that's in this particular source, right? For those of you who don't know, this is talking about historically Black universities and how they were established in the 19th century. But anyway, let's go on. So in 1799, Washington and Lee University admitted John Chavis, who is noted as the first African-American on record to attend college. Yeah, if you didn't learn that on Each One Teach One, you got it here. In 1799, Washington and Lee University admitted John Chavis, who is noted as the first African-American on record to attend college. However, the first African-American to have earned a bachelor's degree from an American university, Alexander Lucius Twilight, graduated from Middlebury College in 1823. John Chavis is noted as the first person to go to a college, but Alexander Lucius Twilight is noted as the first person to graduate from university in 1823. Now, 3 decades later, Mary Jane Patterson was the first African-American woman to earn a bachelor's degree. She graduated from an abolitionist-centered Oberlin College in 1862. These individuals were singularly in assessing higher education. So again, you got John Chavis, Alexander Lucius Twilight, and Mary Jane Patterson. Richard Humphreys established the African Institute that we know today as Cheney University in 1837. It's in Pennsylvania, for those of you who don't know, making it the oldest HBCU in the United States. What is the oldest HBCU in the United States? Cheney University. It wasn't called that before. It was called the African Institute. And it was established by who? Richard Humphreys. All right. What was learned there? Students were taught reading, writing, and basic math alongside religion and industrial arts. During the 50s, 3 more HBCUs were founded. Minor Normal School, 1851 in DC, Lincoln University, 54 in Pennsylvania, Wilberforce, 1856 in Ohio. The AME Church established Wilberforce. The first HBCU that's operated by African Americans was what? Wilberforce. Who established it? The AME Church. Where's Wilberforce? Ohio. The provision of education for the other ones, you know, it was abolitionists, you want to say, or you pilgrims. The provision of education for people of African descent in the early Americas was recognized by some unnecessary and criminal, while others saw it as essential and vital. Now, the majority of HBCUs originated from 1865 to 1900, with the greatest number of HBCUs starting in 1867. It wasn't until the 50s and 60s when they desegregated all of that we began going other places. But prior to that, we could only go to the schools that were for us, by us, FUBU. So we had no other choice. I'm running that back for a reason, because I want to make it known what your choices was as a human being in that time. So now we know when the majority of HBCUs began. Now, 2 years after Emancipation Proclamation, Alabama State University, Barber Scotia, Fayetteville State, Howard, John C. Smith University, Morehouse, Morgan, St. Augustine, Talladega, they all come into play. Over a century later, HBCUs were still being established by J.F. Drake State Technical College, University of Virgin Islands, Southern University of Shreveport, Morehouse, and then technically HBCUs are those IHEs established prior to 1964 to educate persons of African descent. Those founded after 1964 are known as predominantly Black institution, PBIs, not PWIs, PBIs. This is key here, but are included in this study as part of the 101 HBCUs. So I want you to think about something. Schools, yeah, you heard me. HBCUs are those IHEs established prior to 1964. PBIs are after 1964, but they are included in 101 HBCUs. The technical definition of PBI as established in the Higher Education Act of 2008 includes the following criteria. at least 40% African-American students, minimum of 1,000 undergraduates, and have at least 50% low income or first generation degree seeking undergraduate students, and have a low per full-time undergraduate student expenditure in comparison with other institutions offering similar instruction. These qualifications reflect conditions in which HBCUs operate and indicate that since their founding, HBCUs continue to serve as the core constituencies, students who are African descent and or first generation and or low income. Approximately 89% of all HBCUs in the southern region of the United States, although they can be found in Delaware, Illinois, Maryland, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. North Carolina hosts 11 HBCUs. Louisiana has 7. Alabama has 12. While many consider HBCUs to be a homogeneous group, there are levels of diversity within a unique classification of institutions, and not only by academic distinction and socioeconomic status, but also in student demographics. In addition, HBCUs have diverse classification, public-private, denominational, liberal arts, land grant, independent university systems, single gender serving, research-based, large and small, with enrollment numbers that can range from less than 300 to 11,000 students. Hit the like button, man. So that's a little bit about some stuff many people may not have known. You gotta drop the jewels when you can. Somebody's learning something today. So again, when were HBCUs established? Between really 1864 into 1964. Right, anything after 1964, you call them pretty much predominantly Black institutions, but are included in HBCUs. So this article that I have on the screen is pretty much a summary of what I just basically ran down, because it talks about what is historically Black college and universities. And it name drops some stuff that we actually mentioned. Now, but this one talks more specifically about when Richard Humphreys arrived in Philadelphia from British Virgin Islands in 1764. He was still in his teens, but even then, the young Quaker was disturbed by the conditions of basic African-Americans in the city. And so, like most adherents to Quaker principles, Humphreys was vocal in the opposition to slavery and donated freely to abolitionist causes. He was increasingly convinced that education was at least one key to improving Black Americans. So that lets you know that Humphreys was the white man. Then in 1829, Humphreys read of race riots consuming Cincinnati, Ohio. The 79-year-old responded to the news by altering the details of his will, writing in the Testament for the establishment of schools to instruct the descendants of the African race in school learning in the various branches of the mechanic arts, trades, and agriculture, and in order to prepare and fit and qualify them to the teachers. No, I'm just messing with y'all. Y'all want to know who Richard is? I'll show y'all Richard. Dang, you can't even see a picture, bro. I don't know why they don't want y'all to see Richard. But anyway, he would pass 3 years later due to his philanthropic work. 1837, 1/10 of his estate, totaling 10,000, was dedicated to the founding Institute of Color Youth in Philadelphia. It was the very first institution of higher learning accessible for African Americans. You have Humphreys to thank for your first educational system. All right. Now, what HBCUs can teach us, right, about culturally sustaining practices. This article was written by these 4. You have Ava Mateo, Nikki Edgecombe, Julia Rothman, and Jessica Brathwaite. And they wrote a nice little article. I'm not really going to try to get too much into it. I'm trying to stick to the emphasis of practice and stay within the confines of the definition of culture. This really pretty much just talks about the institutions as a whole and nothing more, culturally specific, except for when they get into some things that they want to, excuse me, I was yawning, that they want to, kind of regard to school as an example. A sense of belonging and efficacy is critical for student success. Culturally relevant and responsive offering that are incorporated into all facets of college culture, policies, and practices are keys to achieving a sense of belonging. So you'll see it show up right there in that thing. But you can read that for yourselves, and I'm not really gonna get into it. I want to kind of build it up. So here's six reasons HBCUs are more important than ever. I'm trying to give y'all everything that has to deal with HBCUs. And then I want to go back to what the definition of culture is again, so that we can determine if there's two separate cultures within us. So I'm just going to go across the 6 things that we need to know. As far as the first thing is outsized impact, low cost equals best buy in education. So their argument is that HBCUs have a lower tuition cost and has a bigger impact individually on our Black sisters and brothers. So you get the best bang for your buck. And then you have an opportunity to do number 2. This helps meet the needs of low-income first-generation students because they provide, look what it says, provide a stable and nurturing environment for those who most at risk of not entering and completing college. Low-income first-generation college students. Many of these students are academically underprepared for college, yet they're precisely the students that the country most needs to obtain college degrees. And then the low cost narrow the racial wealth gap. So 43 million Americans across the racial and socioeconomic spectrum have nearly 1.3 trillion in college funds. Black households are far more likely to have students' debts at all income levels. About 54% of African Americans between the ages of 25 and 40 have student loans. Shit, I got them bitches. And in May, man. And number 4, campus climate fosters success. Without even really too much getting into what this is saying, this is basically saying if you're around your people, you're more likely to thrive because you vibe at a different level than not being around your people. And they feel like students of color being around each other, having Black teachers can spark success in a lot of people. You can argue either way you want to go. Some of us feel comfortable being around our own people, some of us don't. Well, some of us don't even care. Number 5 addresses the nation's under and unemployment crisis. It says the nation needs HBCUs more than ever. By early 2015, the underemployment rate for the recent college graduates had reached 44%. For African-American college graduates, the rate was even higher, 56%. At the same time, the unemployment rate for African-American college graduates between 22 and 27 is 12.4%. And that's more than twice the rate of white counterparts. And then 6, the biggest argument of them all, HBCUs offer a true values proposition. And it talks about, HBCUs being rooted in faith, community, and service. HBCUs being rooted in Black churches, which have been pillars in the Black community historically. And it's also intertwined faith. I want y'all to think about that. When you think of an HBCU, you immediately think about faith, right? Values, things of that nature. All right, so there are 6 points right there. Now, let me go back based on everything that we've read so far. And I possibly may have lost a couple of people. But out of what I read so far pertaining to HBCUs, as it compares to culture, remember, culture is defined as symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts that are a part of a society. Is there such a thing as HBCU culture? Or are we using the wrong words and it should be traditions? HBCUs have a rich history. We just went through a little bit of synopsis of the early history and how long it's been into effect. We talked about what it was intended for. We talked about the importance of values and things of that nature that has to deal with a group of people. We didn't get into the artifacts because what would be considered HBCU artifacts today is different because time has lapsed and a lot of legacy has been left behind. So now we can look at distinctive places as historical in some sense. But what artifacts can you muster up that would represent that are part of that experience that wouldn't be tied to the Black experience? You know what I'm saying? So let's move on. Now, after all of that I just said, I already played the description. I want to play this video from this point to A.D. Drew speaks, because it is when A.D. Drew speaks before this commercial break that's very important. And I need everybody to listen to everybody for 24 minutes. I'm gonna let it play. And then I'm gonna come back. Now we start at the 5-minute mark and it ends with A.D. Drew around the 29-minute mark.
This is Dr. Miller's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. As you see, both Mike Washington and Charles Bishop are out on assignment. We're gonna go off the radar a little bit and go to the visiting professors and HBCU sports football analyst, if you would, with Joshua Sims Sr., B.J. Jones, and then we have old clinical professor. He's always getting it done. And when I say, I mean that in the sense that he has a lot of assignments over the years. So he's just the old guy that comes in here and brings it to you all the time because he's been with the system for a while. So we just expect that he's going to be here and do it right. So just letting people know. And I say that a little bit because I want to get into this commentary a little bit between what I refer to when you look at the African studies methodology in terms of the social structure and the governance structure. So I wanted to start this out and be quite open. You know, I had an article that I got a chance to give a quote to out of NBC, which obviously I see as the governance structure, just like ABC, ESPN, CBS, Fox, whatever you want to call it. Those are part of the social structures. What we see, some of those folks that are involved at HBCU, what is HBCU Sports, HBCU Game Day, this right here inside the HBCU Sports Lab, B.J. Jones with his HBCU Twitter spaces that he does on Tuesday, June. Wednesday, HBCU Nightly, if I understand, it's moving to Saturday with Joshua Sims and cadre of gentlemen that work with them on that. In a lot of ways, that's what you call, or what I would call, the governance structure. Who are we to each other versus social structure? What do people think of us in this greater framework that we live in the United States, and some people say America? I mean, even across the world in terms of what that looks like. So I wanted to frame this in that frame because the title concerned me, to be frank with you, because Deion Sanders is, quote, sellout. Experts say it's complicated, which is certainly what I said. And other folks, HBCU Pro Football Hall of Famers loyalty intentions were calling the question when he traded an HBCU for a better funded they use predominantly. I use historically, because that's another construct that they use that provides a different layer that allows as if historically white institutions has changed and it doesn't give any historical context that they were found as historically white institutions for at that time, mostly white men, later women, and then finally as they open up inclusion. While you have historically Black colleges were founded for Black folks, but they never were discriminatory. Anybody could came to these institutions and they had. So it's a different framework when you look at who we are to each other versus how other folks see us. And I'll see that for frame again. And so when you talk about that, I want to go back and give y'all some insight just to let you know how this works. So if you would, Drew, pull up the first email. It's a little small. So I guess hopefully I get a chance to kind of read it to individuals so they can see it in terms of what that looks like in case it's smaller than I would desire. But I wanted to show you because that's exactly where it came from. This is Troy Adams, and she worked and writes obviously for NBC News. And so she's a columnist, journalist, if you will. So she said, hello, my name is Troy Adams, and I'm a reporter for NBC News. I'm writing an article about Deion Saunders and the reaction to his leaving Jackson State for Colorado. I would love to speak with you about the reaction largely from Black social media users and why you believe Black people are describing Sanders' departure as abandoning an HBCU. Would you be willing to speak with me in a brief phone interview today? I'd love to highlight your expertise in my story. So obviously I was quoting it and I got a chance to do that. If you're in the academy and you one of the things that you do in there is write journal articles, books, book chapters. Those are things that you're responsible for tenure and to continue to weight and increase the value of the institution in this social norm structure, which means writing grants. And among your lectures, which I like to say is you get good with that, you become an expert teacher in a lot of ways. And one of the last things we are responsible for is engaging with the institution in terms of service. And sometimes they can be outside of the university, depending on what that looks like, right? So notice the term she used, the governance structure. She said banding. But I guarantee you the individual that's, and she happens to be an African-American woman in terms of that she does, she and her, and she puts out the idioms out there to be recognized in that. That's why I use it. But I would hesitate and I would question, I wonder who is the editor? What does the editor look like? Because it was purposely chosen to use in the title of the article, sellout. And if you look at anybody's quotes in there, they don't use that terminology. Only in the first paragraph before you get into quotes is it used. So I'm sure that was something that was done by the editor. She didn't even do that. So I want to clear her up. So I want to make it clear that we need to be understanding oftentimes there's tools that are used in this social structure that creates an environment where we argue with each other about things that we have. And I'm saying this is an important conversation in regards to who we are to each other. So we can have this conversation with Coach Brown, Coach Deion, our expectations. We can have this conversation with Charles Adams in terms of who we are to each other. We can have it. That's a governance structure. We have the right to have that conversation. But oftentimes you have other folks that don't quite understand that, and they use and see the world how they see it through a social, and they bring a whole different framework to it. And that's where you get a lot of confusion, and you see folks that are having these different degrees of framing. Because in the social structure, it's about individual growth, individual framing, all right? Versus in the governance structure, it tends to be more about who we are to each other. Self-empowerment, right? What does it mean in terms of institutional framing? So I really wanted to make sure we did that. One thing I'll leave you with, and again, if you want to get a little more information on what this looked like, obviously you can read the article, my quotes. If you would, Drew, pull up my quote that was out there. And I got a chance. She asked 15 minutes. I spoke for 45, and I went into the social structure governance. But she touched on the quote I had put in there, which is, as you all know, professor of health, Denise Allen, in sports studies, specializing in HBCU sports at Texas University, said focuses solely on the financial incentive and upward mobility of Sanders' new job ignores the social identity. And I also talked about social separation, anxiety theory, those kind of theories I brought in there. I use fan engagement theory as well. But this gets to the bottom of it when you just say social identity. Of sports, as much as college football is a business and money drive, there's a cultural significance to the programs that manifests itself in life loyalty to teams, students, colleges, and choice. Quote, people are fighting two competing frameworks, end quote, the co-editor of the Athletic Experience, the Historic Black College University, past, present, persistent. Obviously, y'all are quite aware of the book. And so with that said, I just thought it was some contextual to make sure that you got an understanding of where all this is going. The last thing I will leave you with before I bring these gentlemen in, they can give some thoughts on this, like really gonna allow them to get into the football context where they are, where they thrive and stuff like that, because that's where their expertise is. And obviously they're free in this governing structure to give their opinions or whatever part of that, but I didn't want to spend a great deal on that. I wanted to take that on myself for this process because that's where I've been groomed, that's where I lay out. The last thing that you might want to get a chance to check out is if you go to Twitter, Hip Hop Perez, that previously was the president of Dillard, and now he is continuing to do some work on that level. He actually put out a tweet. I would agree and encourage others as well as particularly those that are engaging in the Coach Prime debate to listen to Brother Carl Karen Hunter from this day forward, which is my return to his statement that I would agree and encourage others as he put out there in terms of his text that I thought was important in terms of Dr. Walter Kimbrough. I would encourage everyone engaged in the prime time debate to listen to @AfricanCar, that's his Twitter handle, and @Karen Hunter, we call him Dr. Carr, Professor Hunter for those that engage with them. From today, Brother Carr is adding a nuance that most of us are missing brilliantly. He's referring to a YouTube video that is called In Class with Carr. If you get a chance, we'll put it out there in some spaces, pull it up. You can go check out that video. He says this is part 2 of a 3-part series. He'll talk about the Celebration Bowl, I understand it next Saturday as it gets going. But he's talked about this the last 2 weeks. So if you get a chance to listen to that, you'll really get an in-depth knowledge, something that we don't have time to do on this show because it's really more about the sport. So with that being said, as we engage and get back into the sporting context, I thought that was important to put that on the table. This is the video that you see here where they start this dialogue. Brilliant folks that are in the space about who we are to each other. They like to use the frame. What is the decision? What is this? What does it do to free us in that space? So those that understand it and buying that can see that. With that being said, do you all have any additional thoughts that y'all want to share at this time? I'll go with you, Joshua, if you want to get into it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a kind of start it and just lay here. I'm gonna be quick on this. That as you've seen, as everybody's seen, through HBCU Nightly, we've had a lot of these conversations. I often refer to Dr. Cavill as the general. He knows this, and that is a sign of respect that I have for the work that he's done in this community and inside of this side of the framework and everything he's done, and on both sides, man. One of the few gentlemen who's had the ability to kind of ebb and flow between both sides of the contextual societal structures. And so I often refer to him as one of the generals. And one of the things that he brought to the forefront in HBCU Nightly 2 weeks ago was, last week actually, was that we have to be careful about how we view and how we depict someone else's views. We were using the contextual idea of religious views, as we refer to it. It's a kind of an inside joke amongst the HBCU community about God and the consistency of Coach Prime's perspective as it pertains to God. But he made a very poignant statement and made me go back and start writing last week about the importance of understanding perspective and how perspective can change and look. So I essentially landed my plane, this week on one centralized idea. I do plan to do some more writing on this, but, and kind of gather some information and some data as it pertains to this statement that I'm about to make. And then, I'm going to pass it. But I am of the clear understanding that no institutions, businesses, corporations have done more for the Black community than the historically Black college universities. I was posed with a question about Dr. King as it pertains to if Dr. King was made via the HBCU or made via the Black church. And I want to make sure that people understand that I'm not doing, a comparative analysis between what's happened between the Black church and the institution that is the Black church. And sort of,
because that's a social construct.
That's the social construct. Exactly. They serve two totally different purposes, but they're complementary to each other. So exactly. And so I've landed my plane on being able to make sure that people, in the context of this conversation, it has allowed for me to be able to do something that I've always wanted to do, and that is highlight the impact that historically Black colleges and universities have had on our community, both in large and small effect. And so where I've kind of now turned my focus away from the Coach Prime component of this and the Deion Saunders component of this, I've now turned my focus completely to making sure that people understand the impact that historical Black colleges and universities have had, and in a lot of ways led by the general, Dr. Jacob Cavill, who's welcomed me into this, but also by people like my grandparents, like my parents, who all went to North Carolina Central. My wife's parents, my wife's aunts and uncles and things of that, who all went to North Carolina Central. And this is all we know. So for those of you who are detractors who may not understand the impact of HBCUs, who may not understand why components of and pockets of our community are so, you would say emotional, I would say passionate. I would say just understand that we understand the impact that historically Black colleges and universities have had, our greatness that we've sustained over the years, and why it's important for us to be able to put ourselves back on at the pinnacle of our community's impact.
So based on this brother who was a North Carolina Central guy, he has made a complete distinction between the African-American society who did not attend HBCUs and the historical Black college and universities' impact on the Black community. I'm gonna say that again. He's making a distinction. He is saying that he is motivated, inspired to write about the impact of HBCUs on the Black community, but not the other way around. I hope y'all heard everything that he actually is saying. Now, Dr. Cavill is saying, don't use the word Black because they're trying to get you caught up in a debate about social construct when you say Black community versus the historically Black college and university, right? So he's like, let's not have a social debate. Let's talk about the impact that HBCUs have always had on the Black, have always had on our people. They're drawing the line in the sand. Just continue to listen. We're gonna get there. We almost where we need to be because the second dude is not as long, and then the other dude is not as long as this brother.
And wanting to see our student athletes that look like us come to our universities. And that's a larger conversation, I understand and recognize, but I will not come off of the stage that HBCUs have had the largest impact on the African-American community in this country. And these are the longest lasting businesses that our people have created. And, I'll support that with some data and some information as time goes by. But
there you go. HBCUs have had the biggest impact on us. And he's going to argue it in an article and show evidence and facts. Now, what I provided y'all earlier was the insight on when the institutions were first built. But you also have to remember, these institutions were built with a purpose, one purpose in mind, and that is to educate the Black and keep them off the backs of the whites. Had nothing to do with equal and fair opportunity. Because if schools were unsegregated, what do you think Black people would have went? They would have went to predominantly Black institutions and predominantly white institutions. But there's something brewing here that y'all ain't catching. And me having the privilege of going to an HBCU and have the PWI experience, there's something brewing here.
In the meantime, that is where I'm landing on this conversation, and I am a direct. I have a direct perspective as it pertains to that. My family would not be in the position that it is today had it not been for the HBCU. So that's where I am. Boom.
Had it not been for the HBCU, his family wouldn't be where it is today. Let's continue.
Important context, and you have done that work on Twitter. As much as BJ Jones, as I've seen you correct folks that just kind of fly off and make a comment. Yeah. And there's some folks out there that will check you in terms of your accuracy, not because they're emotional. They just check you because you're accurate. Help put it in a line, maybe a sentence. If you're lucky, maybe two. Sometimes it's one word. I love it. So coming to you, BJ Jones, because you're one of those architects that have done that extremely well. What are your thoughts in terms of what I opened the show with?
I think the biggest thing that we've seen really over the last week is that a lot of the people who have seemed to have reveled in the idea and the thought that the HBCUs were broken down a pig look like us. That's the most troubling and disturbing thing that I've gotten out of this last week. And also, with the internet comes a great responsibility. The internet, we've been able to inform people. We've been able to inform the masses very quickly, much quicker than back in the day when we had the daily news and the town newspapers. And it's
weekly news for life.
Right.
Black newspapers.
Yeah. But it's amazing how an opinion and a picture, we put those together and create what we call a meme. If meme can go viral, can override the statements of a university as well as print media. So it's been amazing to be able to watch that and kind of see where we are. And then a lot of people who, I said, they don't understand nuance. They don't understand deductive reasoning and things that you would expect college-educated people to understand. Every argument is not a this or that. A lot of it is a this and that. And it's amazing that people don't understand that. So I think just this entire week just has been, it's been interesting. I haven't seen a lot of Jackson State people, contrary to what people believe, that have been very upset. They've been, more like, hey, water off of a duck's butt than most other people, right? But it's amazing how in these narratives get created. And it doesn't matter if the narrative is correct, if it's sustained by fact. If the narrative out there, we're just going to keep running with it because that's the narrative.
That being said, JD Drew, as we close on this, did you want any final thoughts on this, or are you ready to go to the break?
No, I got to get a piece of this also, Dr. Kabir.
I didn't want to force anybody.
And BJ, you know why people like that, it's different. It's this long thing that I learned a long time ago. Perception is reality. I'm pretty sure it's bright and sunny where each and every one of us is. But if I told you it was pitch black, dark, and sun outside, and you believe that in your mind, there's nothing that I can humanly do to convince you that it's not pitch black, snowing, and cold outside. I'm sorry, that's just the type of people that we are. Here's the problem, BJ. There are two different cultures. There's black culture, and then there's HBCU culture. Here's the problem, BJ. There are two different cultures. There's black culture, and then there's HBCU culture. It's going outside. And then there's HBCU. That's just the type of people that we are. Here's the problem, BJ. There are two different cultures. There's black culture, and then there's HBCU culture. Just because you're black does not mean that you understand HBCU culture.
Just because you're black don't mean that you understand HBCU culture. Just because you're black don't mean that you understand HBCU culture. Culture was defined earlier as the symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts that are part of any society. So when we look at HBCU culture, does HBCU culture have its own language? What about its own symbols? What about its own beliefs? What about its own values? What about its own artifacts? That's what makes up culture. Let's be more specific. Non-material culture, also known as symbolic culture, it includes values, beliefs, symbols, and language that define a society. So in non-material culture, do HBCUs have their own values from Black culture? No. They're married. It's one and the same. Beliefs. The schools are all institutions that were set up and they all kicking the church shit. Let's keep it a buck. There's no new religion at an HBCU. Everybody that attends a church, that goes to an HBCU, that lives on that campus or off campus, that attends a university, an HBCU, they go to the same church with other Black folk who ain't never been to an HBCU before or a university at all. Symbols. The symbols are orchestrated by the history of Black people before an HBCU. Same as the values. And we know for damn sure it ain't no damn separate language. Because the experience is entrenched in Black culture. Entertainment value. Stunting. Glamour, glitz. Showing off. Dressing. All that flashy shit. Then you have material culture. Includes the society's physical objects. HBCUs have buildings built by the governments. They got a church somewhere near the campus. Every HBCU in the South, or just period, it's a church somewhere near that campus in walking distance. I bull junk you not. And it may even be 2 churches or 3 churches on each side of the campuses of HBCUs, but are not affiliated with the actual institution. So what tools and technology, clothing and eating utensils, and means of transportation do HBCUs have that would define a material culture? No. So we got to go with non-material culture. No, that don't even fit. So BJ, I need you to explain to me in what you're getting ready to say here, I need you to explain to me what the hell is the difference. Let me go back to 25.
Daddy said that he
Different
can't.
cultures.
You can't call him because his phone broke, but he's giving me a thing. Yeah.
It's because you're black does not mean that you understand HBCU culture. I have many of African American friends who go. Some of them go to historically white colleges. Some of them didn't go to college. But if you have never embraced yourself with the HBCU culture and understand and recognize that HBCU culture, there are just certain things that you cannot feel. Now, the four of us have had the pleasure of embracing and living the HBCU culture in our all respective institutions. Dr. Camille as an undergrad student at Prairie View, you as an undergrad at Southern, Joshua as an undergrad at Central, and myself as an undergrad at Florida A&M. And you know the one thing that all four of our schools probably have in common, I'm not going to say probably, they do have in common. Our institutions were started with both hands behind their back. For those of us who went to a public institution, we got the worst draw when it came to the location of our school. You tell me any public institution that's an HBCU that is not either across the railroad tracks, by the graveyard, in the valley or swamp, or up on the hill. You name what, we got the worst real estate. You want to get y'all Negroes up out of town, get y'all the worst land. That's what happened back in the late 1800s and 1900s in that post-construction era. It's either that or your institution was started by a church who wanted to help educate the African-American students. And, you know, the funding for churches are low. So with that, we started with both our hands behind our back. We have come a long way. And we are living in a social experiment. We are now getting ready to begin phase 3 of that social experiment. Phase 1 was pre-prime. Phase 2 was just 3 years that we had prime at Jackson State. Now we're beginning phase 3 of that social experiment. So in about 2025, there's going to be some master's student or doctoral student who will be able to put together an equation and write a great thesis or dissertation based on a full evaluation of the prime. And I might know who should do that. Charles Bishop, as he is in
All right, so somebody in the chat said they agree with him. So I want to go back again. And I want to make it clear. He says that there's a difference between Black culture and HBCU culture. So I want to put it through scrutiny. If that is so, why is culture defined as early as the symbols, language, beliefs, values, and artifacts that are part of any society? If you're dealing with non-material culture as symbolic, then it includes values, beliefs, symbols, and language. What are the values at an HBCU? They have Christian values. What do Black people get? Christian values. What are the beliefs? They're the same. The majority of these jokers is Christians. What's on that campus? The majority of them jokers is Christians. What are the symbols? No, we ain't got to get into the symbol. What is the language on at an HBCU? that ain't in the hood, where people don't attend no university. It's the people that's in the hoods that generate the population at an HBCU. Here's the difference between a PWI and an HBCU. Experience. At a PWI, we stand out. We salt. We pepper. We stand out. None of the teachers look like us, or the majority of the teachers don't look like us. The majority of the classrooms don't look like us. The hip hop or rap or gangster rap or whatever you want to, none of that is there. It's only among a certain setting. But the majority of the PWIs, they listen to rap too. They know what's up with the music going on. They vibe to that. You have less people that relate to your struggle at a PWI. That's why you'll see it pretty much, when you go to PWI, you'll see it look pretty much segregated in a sense, but not really. Because the majority of Black people migrate toward one another, they get to know one another, and they come up through this experience. At an HBCU, Black people kind of off to themselves, so they vibe with another individual and get to know the particular people before they, doing too much clicking up and all of that. Normally when you see clicking up, it's people that already knew people beforehand. The teachers, I'm gonna say it again, the teachers, they look like you. At an HBCU, your teacher might not even feel like teaching that day and cancel class. That don't never happen at a PWI. The administration, the full administration may look just like you. Today, you'll see sprinkles of salt at HBCUs. At HBCUs, we got the band. We got majorettes. We got cheerleaders too. At PWIs, they got a band. They got cheerleaders. They ain't got no majorettes. Ain't no dancing offs. There's no first quarter, there's no 0 quarter or 5th quarter at football games or halftime battles. They have halftime performances. At a PWI, they play more music over the intercoms than the band's beating because the band's really boring. At HBCUs, it's the entertainment value. So what is the culture at an HBCU? Oh, I'm able to take Black Arts and Literature as an English elective and it count toward me graduating. But if I go to a PWI, that Black Arts and Literature English class doesn't constitute as an English credit, but it'll count toward my additional electives. So they'll negate it in one sense and tell me that I need to go take another English class at a PWI. But in the other sense, they'll say, hey, we'll count it as an elective. That's the difference between the two as far as educational wise. I've had the experience. So when you tell me HBCU quote unquote culture is different from Black culture, what the hell you think makes up HBCU culture? Black people. So what it is tradition. Let me properly define this shit for stupid people. Oxford Languages, the transmissions of customs or beliefs from generation to generation, or the fact of being passed on in this way. That's what HBCUs are. Traditions. It ain't culture. The reason why it ain't culture is because you cannot properly define it. You can't define it, and no one defines it. They keep on saying HBCU culture define it. Define it. If I'm ignorant or I'm talking stupid, define HBCU culture. I've been there. I've gone through the ranks. Great experience. Loved it. If it wasn't for the streets, I would have never left it. But because I was in the streets at the time that I was at an HBCU, the heat was on. I needed to get out of town before I end up somewhere I didn't want to be for the rest of my life, either dead or in jail. And I hated every minute of my PWI experience. So I'm gonna ask you again. Oh, you're a suburb kid. So I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to speak your speech. But I need somebody to come define HBCU culture to me. If you didn't go to an HBCU, you can't even start. You just woofing. You have no experience. But the thing is that BJ, you heard him, AD Drew said it. I'm gonna take y'all back to it again. He never defines it. He never defines it.
Here's the problem, BJ. There are two different cultures. There's the culture, and there's HBCU culture. Just because you're Black does not mean that you understand HBCU culture. I have many of African American friends who gone, some of them gone to historically white colleges, some of them didn't go to college. But if you have never embraced yourself with the HBCU culture and understand and recognize that HBCU culture, there are just certain things that you cannot really feel. Now, the four of us.
Now, let's break it down a little bit more. Let's break it down a little bit more. Because, listen, I got two cousins that grew up in Franklin, Tennessee. Anyone familiar with Franklin, Tennessee knows that that is outside the city limits, and it's out there predominantly at this time where white people were. They also even grew up in Brentwood, okay? Now, it wasn't a culture shock for them because my grandmama, my aunties, they always came back in the city and they hung out on Joe Johnson and all that, and around Joe Johnson ain't nothing but Negroes. Right? You got MLK, the school, Martin Luther King Jr., that high school right there. And then you got Fisk behind it in walking distance, Meharry, and then TSU up the street. Okay, cool. But my cousin, she has friends that didn't come up in those experiences, but they're Black. But they watch BET, they listen to all the music, they into everything that's Black, but they never had an HBCU experience. So when they get among other people, you wouldn't even know that they ain't never been a part of the HBCU experience. But yet you're gonna tell me because they're from the suburb, they're separate. So what you're saying is the only people that can relate to HBCU quote unquote culture is people who came around and been and grew up in that. That's bullshit. Yeah, we know that there's brothers and sisters who grew up in the suburbs and ain't even been around enough Black people like that. All they know is the white people that they've been around at them private schools and private institutions and things of that nature. Yeah, we get that. We understand that. That happens. The wheels, but guess what though? At every private school, there's a Will Smith. The one Black kid from the ghetto, the neighborhood, who grew up in it, is in a white institution, balling out of control playing sports. That's a fact. So when he say this, he never defined it.
Here's the problem, BJ.
there are two different cultures. There's Black culture, and then there's HBCU culture. Just because you're Black does not mean that you understand HBCU culture. I have many of African American friends who gone, some of them gone to historically white colleges, some of them didn't go to college. But if you have never embraced yourself with the HBCU culture and understand and recognize that HBCU culture, there are just certain things that you cannot truly feel.
Now, I'm looking in the chat that I seen Honey say that HBCU culture celebrate everything Black. It's Black people that celebrate everything Black that ain't never been to a fucking HBCU. So that don't make no sense. And you still have not defined HBCU culture. He ain't did it. You ain't did it either. What's HBCU culture? What's HBCU culture? I'm interested in knowing. You can go get your sister. You can go get whoever you want to go get. I've been to HBCU. Go get the founding fathers. They're gonna be white men. It's a handful of HBCUs that the church didn't help out with. I mean,
Hey, you guys. I wanted to share that video. I thought it was a very interesting dialogue that Sean did last week. What do y'all think? What's up, Brandon? What's up, Price? What do you guys think? Are y'all here? They're around here somewhere.
Hey, what's going on, Ms. Mo?
Hey,
What's
what's
going
up?
on, Mo?
What's up? What y'all think? HBCU culture or tradition?
No, I agree with whoever that was just speaking. It's more tradition than anything. But I mean, he hit some very valid points, but I don't know where he was going with his dialogue or his monologue.
Oh, he did it to point out that they're using the word out of context, culture, HBCU culture versus HBCU traditions. And he highlighted the history of how HBCU started. The time period. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just say I caught all that. I'm just saying I was just trying to figure out where he was going. I totally agree with him. They're misusing the word or misapplying the word culture. But that last guy who he was showing, that doctor talking about all this phase 3, I think he off point with all due respect to his title. I think he's off point, and that whole thing that there's a HBCU culture and a Black culture, I think he's off point with that as well. But
yeah, that's what Sean was trying to say, is one and the same. And also, if you caught that last part, he said that by 2024 or 2025, then someone's gonna do a dissertation on the prime effect. Basically saying, I suspect he's saying that, Coach Prime came in, celebrity status, brought, increased the hype, and then they probably will say something like he used the HBCU to get status and then left, basically saying that people come into our community, gain favor, increase their value, and then they leave you high and dry.
I mean, that's a hell of a strategy.
I like what Brandon just said.
Nah, I'm saying that's a hell of a strategy to do that. I mean, God, like, what kind of person are you to do something like that?
Right. And
no,
go ahead, Bryce.
No, go ahead, Ms. Mo. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I watched y'all seen the Shannon Sharp show?
I saw that interview. I did. I watched that yesterday.
Nah, I don't know what that is.
Shannon, you know Shannon Sharp, he's a football player. Well,
Yeah.
ex-football player. Well, he interviewed Coach Prime this past week, and he aired it. So there's a part on there where, well, I guess next week we'll see the documentary on the 29th. And there's a part on there where he talks about, well, he made this one statement. This is what stood out to me. He made the one statement and he said, you know, once they became dominant, they started to feel, you know, a little pushback or whatnot. The more success they had, you know, it started to get a little pushback. And then when the third year, when they really start to be more dominant, successful, then they start to feel a lot of tension on some of the things that they wanted to do and try to do. So to me, in essence, he was saying that it wasn't worth it to stay, you know, have a vision for a place or to want a lot for the different areas that he would have liked to impact. And there's a lot of disagreement. Because if you have that kind of go-getter's attitude and it's not illegal and it's not immoral, then at some point you're going to feel like that your efforts are not needed and you're going to want to go, you're going to want to depart.
No, yeah, I can empathize with that, Ms. Mo, but I will push back and say if we zoom this thing out, just looking from a Coach Prime perspective, he's not dominating. Well, I'm not saying I'm not taking anything away from what he accomplished at Jackson State, but I'm just saying I think that's a cop-out because even prior to him getting there, well, number one, you lost the MEAC back-to-back. No shade.
Right.
And when we zoom this thing out, the MEAC is dominating that series, I think 6-1 now.
Yeah, they went in 6-1. Mm-hmm.
So you're not dominating. I do hear what he's saying. It's a lot of animosity. You know how prideful it can be between a Southern and a Jackson State, or Alcorn and a Jackson State, or NCCU and a A&T. Well, I don't even think A&T is in the MEAC anymore. But you know how tensions
they
can
move.
be. But
they move.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I'm saying all this to say who was really dominating and really is scaling accordingly, in my opinion, is North Carolina A&T. Not to take anything from North Carolina Central, but they was always dominating the MEAC, and they would come down there. They whooped Alcorn 3 years back to back.
They increased their enrollment too. They
had the largest enrollment out of
this
all
year.
HBCUs.
Yeah,
I mean,
them and Tennessee State have a huge enrollment this year.
Oh yeah, I'm tracking Tennessee State. I got two sister-in-laws go there, but I'm just saying these programs are scaling accordingly, and and not saying that's Deion's thing. Admission is not his thing. I mean, he's a multiplier, a variable to it, but the bottom line was I think that was just a little spin. But I do empathize with what he's saying. And I told people that's a big fish in a small pond. He's dominating his area. He's holding it down. He's even influenced beyond his area, but his surrounding cast can't keep up.
Right. Well, Brandon, what you see there, just based on that?
Nah, I share the same sentiments as same sentiments as Price. I mean, I really ain't got nothing. Yeah, I mean, just about.
Yeah. Well, one of the areas. Well, sometimes I went to both PWI and HBCU, and
same here.
And regardless of which one we're talking about, when it comes to funding, is that in order for students to sustain in school, they got to be able to pay for it. And if we can't, and I've watched over the years funding for school. Because do you remember Price, where when you went to school, if you wasn't on full scholarship, that you got Pell Grant and whatever grant your state may have provided, or whatever scholarship you may have added to that. And then if
Right.
you fell short, they would allow you to get a student loan, whether it was parent or it was Stanford or, unsubsidized, that kind of thing, subsidized or unsubsidized. And
Yeah.
it
Or
would
you had to find a
cover
work study.
or work study, or it would cover, the point is that it would cover your remaining balances. However, it doesn't cover your remaining, you could get student loans. I've watched my cousin, niece, and my nephew them get student loans, and they still have a balance in the end. It's like they penny pinch the loan versus just letting them cover it. The student already came here. They had no money when they got here. They sure ain't gonna have no money after October, And so I advocate for the student, if you're gonna send someone to school, PWI, HBCU, technical, whatever, that they have some type of funding plan. And a lot of the times we lose enrollment because the kids can't come back because they don't have no money.
There's more to that point. I mean, you think about it. I mean, you seen that printout. I mean, all those fees, man, library fee, parking fees, because it's a whole bunch of fees and assessments, and I get it. The school got to keep the lights on, but people don't think about that. They see, tuition is this.
Yes.
And, if you think back in the day, a lot of people were scraping and do whatever just to meet that or make that happen. And say, then it evolved to, hey, I'll have it to you by the end of the semester, and now these costs, I mean, and then books, I need to write a doggone college book on something just to be able to charge people $200 or $300 for a book. Yes. So it's all this stuff that's making it hard, and that doesn't come into play when people are thinking about where they're going. And I don't care where you're going to, black school or white school. That's just
reality. And listen, I used to do it a lot a few years ago. Try to tell students that, hey, you should look for programs that will pay for your school. So, for example, a lot of our HBCUs are agriculture, right? Well, in the agriculture world, USDA, if you go for an agriculture degree, they will pay for your degree, and you're obligated, I think, a year or two. You're still young. You could take that job, and then guess what? Go for a master's and then go into a whole nother career field after that if you like. You try to explain to some students that, hey, sometimes in the undergrad world, you may have to take a degree, take up a field where you can get your school paid for. Same thing in counseling, RSA, rehabilitation, RS service, a association, I think that's what it is. Rehabilitation Services Association. Yeah, so that's a federal program. It will pay for you if you're going after counseling degrees, and so on and so on. The National Black Associations, you get involved with them, you do community service, you can get linked up with these CEOs who come to your conferences to either intern, fellowship you, or hire you. Like, it's different ways. But what I find sometimes with a lot of our students, they want to do what they want to do. And then when they have a balance, or when they can't go back to school because they can't pay for it, or when they graduate and they can't get a job, then everybody says the school failed
them.
So, even educating on, and then I was looking up today the debt liability of HBCUs, and then I was reading articles on how being underfunded and what are ways to work on it. But here's my thing, and I don't know how you guys look at this, but I'm like, okay, let's say alumni give an increase, right? And you bring it in the funds. You still have to have a spending plan. You can't take all your new money coming in and pay it towards debt. If you're surviving still, then, have a payment plan towards your debt, but don't take all your new money and, and just unless that's what you have to do to survive, that's like a hard thing. If you owe billions of dollars, and I think it's a Forbes magazine article out there. If you owe billions of dollars in debt, right? And you're trying to catch up, unless the government, because that's the only person that could probably do it, unless a whole bunch of billionaires come together, and just offer some money. If they're gonna wipe out your debt, because I seen an article, HBCUs for reparations, something like that. Unless they're gonna come and just wipe out that debt, then any new monies you get coming in will never sustain you, because the debt toll is huge. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Man, I wouldn't even want to know.
I know. Listen, it's crazy. I won't play him. Why? HBCU under it. It's a Forbes magazine, man. It's a Forbes. Let me see if I can find it. Forbes. I think it's Forbes. They did the study. Somebody just did the study, and let me see if I can find it. It's crazy. There's a list. It has a list of it charts it out. I think this is it right here. How America cheated HBCUs. Let me see if this is it. If they let me get to it. It's go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that that's what it's saying, how America treats HBCUs.
Cheated.
Oh, cheated. Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. Hold on. Let's see. Here it is, right here. Okay, let me read some of the articles so I can kind of pre-reference it or whatever. Let me see if I can read the article. So it says, this was written, it's a former staff member. Yeah. So this is written February 2022. It says, compared to their predominantly white counterparts, the nation's Black land-grant universities have been underfunded by at least $12.8 billion over the last 3 decades. Many are dire financial straits and living under a cloud of violence. Let's keep it going. Inside the men's dormitory at Tennessee State University, the heating and cooling unit is a rusted relic from the 1960s. Nearby in the studio art building, yellow painted, is peeling off the cracked plastered walls. 2/3 of our buildings are in substantial need of repairs, says Glenn Glover, president of the Historical Black Institution in Nashville. A contracting firm recently pegged the bill for TSU's deferred maintenance at $427 million, a nearly unreachable sum for a school with an operating loss of more than $80 million a year on just $160 million in revenue and a punning $63 million endowment. For the last 4 years, there has been a lack of funding. Glover says there has been neglect. Man, I can't even fathom the numbers, bruh.
Read that again.
Y'all know, that's what I said. Let me read that again. A contracting firm recently pegged the bill for TSU's deferment maintenance at $427 million, a nearly unreachable sum for the school with an operating loss of more than $80 million a year on just $116 million in revenue and a punning $63 million endowment. Wow.
How much is revenue a year?
So 116 million.
And then they get an endowment of 63 million.
No,
Yes.
they have an endowment.
They have one.
Yeah, but I want you to think about something. I think it's Harvard. Well, go ahead, Ms. Mo.
I was just gonna point out that if that endowment is getting 7% on a year, that's only 4 million to add to that 116, which is 20. And so that means 24, 16, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh Lord, my calculator can't fathom it. Never mind. Go ahead, Price.
No, I just wanted. Do you know how much? I think it's Harvard's endowment is.
We could look it up.
I was just gonna say I got this book I was reading. I had to find in this chapter, but they got B's, not just one B. They have B's.
Billions, ain't it?
Yeah, and
It probably got
and
bigger with the vice president being an alumni.
not Howard, Harvard. I'm sorry.
Oh, Harvard. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
but
They probably harvesting all their money over there.
well, I want to put this out. You know, I heard this number in their interview yesterday saying that, and I find it hard to wrap my mind around that. They said only 7% of HBCU graduates are giving back to the institutions.
Yes.
So
Claflin University has the largest percentage of giving back, and that's 55%. Everybody else has a very low number. Yes.
so when you say 7% is a realistic number?
Yes, across the board. If you do an average, yes.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we'll look it up
That's
in a second too. Mhm.
okay. I'm just saying. To me, that's problematic. And then
Yeah.
number two,
Mm.
I hate for my administrators not trying to belittle or take away from anything that they do, but okay, let's do more than just go out here and of course let's fill out the grants and let's get whatever you can from the government. But how about you start doing like some of these other institutions and get this grant money for research? I
Yes.
don't see that going on at a lot of,
I said that too, Price. You know how much money in research?
I see that all the time here in Texas with the University of Texas. A&M does it. A&M, they have an agriculture program and they provide a service throughout the whole state of Texas. Just a website that tells people about weeds, what type of weeds in their region, and what's the best thing to do. I mean, you got to get engaged, and that's one of the points that you said that brother Sean was putting out. It said service to community. Huh?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the line. Okay, let me finish reading the article. Most of America's 100 historical Black colleges and universities are struggling financially. Now comes the shadow of violence. Bomb threats were made against several HBCUs 3 times in the last 4 weeks, including 6 on Monday and at least a dozen on Tuesday, the first day of Black History Month. Investigators have yet to find any explosives or identify suspects, but campus disruptions are one more burden for the schools. Nationwide, roughly half of them are private institutions with neglectable regular funding from the government. But TSU is one of the 18 public land grant HBCUs founded in the 19th century by state legislatures in the South as counterparts to then exclusively white schools like the University of Tennessee in Knoxville and North Carolina State in Raleigh. All land grant schools, were Black or white, were created with the same purpose: to foster agricultural research and instruction. Most receive their annual appropriations from the state legislators in a single lump sum. The record of those appropriations and the side-by-side existence of these historically white and historically Black public schools allow Forbes to make apples to apples comparisons of per student funding levels by various states. So let's see. Between 1887, the earliest year for which comparison data are available, and 2020, the 18 Black schools were underfunded by an aggregate of $12.8 billion, adjusted for inflation. Over those 33 years, TSU received $1.9 billion less than it should have had it been funded at the same per student level as the University of Tennessee. The worst off, North Carolina A&T State University in Greensboro, founded in 1891. Since 1887, it has been underfunded by an inflation adjustment total of $2.8 billion. It's not unfortunately bad news. Schools in 2 states, Delaware and Ohio, were not underfunded at all. Some extend the greatest state funding of the predominantly white land grant schools can be explained by those institutions' strengths as research universities. A handful of states like North Carolina reward that strength with extra dollars earmarked for research. In 2020, for example, the North Carolina legislature gave North Carolina State just 7% of whose 32,000 students were Black, an extra 79 million for research, 15% of its total state appropriation, less than 5% of its 1.6 billion operating budget. By contrast, it gave North Carolina A&T, the Black Land Grant School, the nation's largest HBCU with 11,700 students, just 9.5 million for research, amounting to 10% of its state's appropriation, but explaining away funding disparities because of research money is a bit of self-fulfillment prophecy. The white institution's ability to host research in their gleaming state-of-the-art laboratories is the result of decades of generous funding by the states, while researchers at the counterpart HBCUs have been starved for cash. So, in my opinion, for those, let me read this, shoestraining budget. To calculate how much Black land grant institutions have been underfunded by the state government since 1987, we compared per pupil state funding of the predominantly white land grant schools with their counterpart HBCUs. Had they been funded equivalently, here's how much each HBCU would have received in total, adjusted for inflation. All right, these are the numbers, right? So when we're speaking to our legislators who represent us in Congress, instead of saying things like, we need help, we need things to do, we need, and I'm talking to the regular people, not people who probably already know what to say. Like, have something to say, know what to say. Our HBCUs, if you're in the state, whatever state if you're in Virginia, say, hey, listen, Virginia State University is underfunded by $147,734.930. What are you doing to ensure that we match our land grant funds? You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to know what conversations we need to be having with our legislators. Like this, these are the people who represent us in Congress. So when they're talking about the funds, and then say why, and what's the need for it? And when they start talking about student enrollment, well, hey, I can't get student enrollment if I can't improve my facilities, because the funds that they sending out right now. Now, I do know that American Rescue money, half of it has to be spent. Half of it has to be spent on the finances for the student. But the other half is going to be determined by the university and what they want to do with it. If I was them, I would definitely use it in infrastructure, because that's where we we're going to lose. If our schools are built in the 1800s and we're in the 2020s, honey, you already know it's mold in those schools. What do y'all think? Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, this one right here. It said this educational money that they just gave to the universities. These are, let me back it up. Let me go to the other one. These are to be used. Half of it has to go on the finances of the schools, and the other half they can use it. So see right here, it's for emergency grant, discharging outstanding student debt or unpaid balances, and eliminating transcript withholding practices. So they hold your transcripts if you have a balance. So this money is supposed to cover all balances. So every student should be able to walk across the stage in December and May 2023. No student should not be having a problem with finances because this grant is supposed to cover that, right?
That's what they say.
Well, if it doesn't, then the students got to make some noise. Right. So True Story says Harvard has a Black woman president now. Can we got there? May be free. Maybe he wanted to say how did we get there? I'm not sure. But he says that's the elephant in the room is we are predominantly service workers. Though all those jobs are getting automated. That's definitely true. And that's what I'm saying. That's why the research, okay. Let's see. Research, let's do this. Research grants available.
Oh, they are all over, and a lot of it be attached with the whatever professor. If you hire this
Yep.
the biggest physics egghead in the country,
Yes.
and you know what I'm saying. Generally, that's how those guys get those jobs because of the grant that's going to come with them. You know.
Go ahead. I'm just agreeing.
No, I'm just saying. I think we kind of lost sight of that, and that was one thing when I keep going back to that. He said, "Hey, it's supposed to instill a tradition of community service and blah blah blah." And you know, what traditions are we passing down? And this is to the comment you just read. You know, it's an assimilation game, in my opinion, because we're not training nobody to be entrepreneurs or business owners, or even coming up with the next best technology, whether it's a computer software, whether it's a blockchain, whether it's some AI, whether it's robotics. I'm not seeing any of that at my HBCUs.
Yes, that's right. And that's the thing. You know, I made a comment once before my HBCU and I said, hey, department heads should be going after grants for their departments. And somebody coming back, she said, are we gonna get our professors gonna get a raise? I said, see, that's your problem right there. That's your problem right there. You worry about putting money in your pocket versus increasing the status or the value of the department. Your money gonna come with the department. You do a good job, you bring in money, of course you're gonna get a percentage.
And then come on, Doc, you leverage that when you in the press sitting down talking about your tenure or you talk about your raise. I mean, that's never mind.
Right.
Did you graduate? That's what I probably would say. Did you graduate?
I know, right? Is actually what she was actually in a PhD program. That's what drove me. And I just wanted to say you're probably getting a PhD just for the salary versus how you could come back and change the outlook and bring money into the school. And that's another thing. We have board of trustees. Those individuals shouldn't just be holding a spot. They should be bringing in money. You're on a board to fundraise. You ain't on the board just to chill with a title. True Story, it says Harvard is giving out free tuition to slave babies. Here's a shortcut tip for you. Google no code programming. Thank me later. No code programming.
Oh yeah, that's blockchain. We here. We already here with the little to no code. I'll say. I won't say no code just yet.
You say no code programming? Talk to me about that, Price.
That's.
Oh yeah, you talked about. Is that what stuff you were talking about before?
Yeah, that's to me. That's really just blockchain. You know, you can sit here and really develop now without having little to no knowledge of code. You know, basically copy and paste. That's how smart the languages have gotten.
Wow. It's like information technology stuff.
Yes. That's Web3, AI. You're hearing a lot of talk now talking about AI development, AI
artificial intelligence.
Yes.
So it said no code is a development platform that uses a virtual development environment to allow layman users to create apps through methods such as drag and drop, adding application components to create a complete application with no code. Users don't need prior coding knowledge to create an app. Hey, put me on. I need to create an app. Where I need to go?
Oh man, I put some sites where you can go play with that on one of them. I know Decentraland does it. I want to say Polygon does it. It's quite a few out there that where you can just go on and they got all kind of tutorials and stuff. It's basically like just a copy and paste because the coding languages are becoming more natural language because of the underlying libraries.
Are these right
and the
here?
Infrastructure. Say that again.
These little things right here.
What are you looking at, like little snippets?
Oh, you can't see it? No,
I'm away from the screen right
oh,
now.
I'm sorry. It said jump to the best no coding tools from the list.
There you go.
HubSpot, CFS, Bubble, Code2, Appy, Pie, Webflow. It's a whole bunch.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
Hey, Mo, can you send that to us?
Okay, Brandon say put me on.
Right.
Brandon.
Did y'all check out Open
Go
Chat?
ahead. Huh?
I don't know if you guys seen that. I think who was it? Elon Musk and Bill Gates got together and created Open Chat. It's a AI technology that creates different type of code. So I think it does HTML, it does Python, I believe.
Open Chat?
Yeah, I think it's Open
Right.
Chat. Yeah, that's it. AI.
Is it AI chat or Open
This
Chat?
right
I
here?
think I know what you're talking about.
It's AI, and what you can do
Oh.
is I think you have to log in or something like that.
Is this it right here? Open
I
Chat?
believe so. Yeah, I want to say yeah. I don't want you to get a virus. Or, is it Open Chat application? No, I don't think that's it. No, that's not it.
So maybe put Elon Musk at the end.
No,
Elon.
or you can do Microsoft. I think Microsoft has that. I don't know if it's called Chatbot or something. It's something. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's it. Chat. Yeah.
Chat GT maker.
Yep, that's it.
Let me see. Let's see if I can get to it. Elon Musk history with Open AI, the maker of AI chatbot, Chat GPT.
I mean, this thing's supposed to be great. I mean, you can say, hey, make make coding for like a cat bouncing a ball, and it'll sit there and just make that code for you.
Yep.
Wow.
Like it can do way more than that too.
How much it costs?
I think there's a subscription base. I think it's like $59.
Oh, $59.
Yeah, $59 for 3 years. Not 3 years, but 3 months. Just type in what was it, Chat? That thing at the top.
GPT?
Yeah.
This is what we listen. This is what we should be teaching in school, cause I don't know what they're learning.
They're not learning this.
Well, I got thoughts on that, but I'm gonna be quiet. That's a whole nother.
Go ahead, let me hear it.
It's a game. It's a
I think
business.
it's all about it's just to assimilate you into a system. You know, I always said this. You know, you spend all this time in school, and not saying the stuff you learn is not good, but they don't teach you. By the time you graduated high school, you never even had a class on taxes. You know,
right.
Our personal finances, but you did learn the math that's used to do personal finances, but you never learned strategies or best practices or none of that. You know.
Oh, I'm about to do this. I'm gonna find me something new to do. I'm about to create this training hub. I'm gonna hire y'all. I gotta read up on this.
I think that's the new thing. I think everybody needs to learn some form of coding.
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
even just to do everyday life, you're gonna have to do it.
you
So
have to read it. Yeah,
Is this
I
your
mean,
field, Price?
yeah, I have a degree software engineering network management.
Oh, what you gonna say, Brandon?
no, I'm actually in project management on the technical side, and this is one of my classes that we took. Like I know that right there. I know that code right there. That they, yeah, that's the first starter off. It's a, I think it's a code for cancel or something.
Mm. Check you out learning something in class.
You have to. The way this world's moving, you got to learn
So
something,
you better,
right?
That's it.
Yeah, well, check out the prices for me. I thought it was 59 and some change.
Okay. What that was called? I'm trying to type it in my phone. Chat what? Chat CP.
Thank you.
Chat APT.
GPT.
GPT. And it's called no code. No code.
And then again, they got a lot of free.
Wait, what you want me to do?
No, I won't see the prices on it, see how much it
Oh
is.
yeah, that's what I want to go to.
And then again, there's a lot of free academies and code, programs online that's free. And it's some of the stuff is so simple, like it's step by step. Oh yeah, I think they take crypto too.
So okay, yeah, y'all got look. Y'all got to train me live. I want to do a because I want to do a feeding program app, so we don't have to use paper.
What kind of program is Mo?
Feeding program like to be where you could be able to account for meals in it, and then sign up the form, sign the delivery ticket for it in an app, and it automatically goes to an email. Yeah. I have no clue what I'm looking at. The prices, I have no clue. I guess this is what they're doing right here, right? So create your own custom models by fine-tuning our base models with your training data. Yes, I definitely would like to do that. Once you fine-tune the model, you'll be billed only for the tokens you use in request to that mode.
Yeah, that's a blockchain.
Yeah.
Some type of blockchain.
I definitely like to do something in training. That's for sure. Okay. Yeah, I want to learn this stuff. Okay. What true story you saying? Let me see. We ain't got time for that. Learn a trade that is digital for when we are dispersed from the cities. We are about to get migrated out of the cities. We need digital jobs. A lot of it is free. Thank you, bro. No excuses. Google Sheets and Zapper. Holla. Yeah, I got Google Sheets. I started using Google Sheets more. Nah, Zapper, I'm not familiar with that one. You guys understand this stuff? I don't, but y'all gonna teach me. Somebody gonna teach me something. I'll go on the payment plan. What's another program? So this is Eli's. So wait, is this Eli's that I'm in, or no?
It's a combination between Bill Gates and Elon's coding platform. It's basically a cheat sheet for coding. So if you want to type in a certain sector, you can copy and paste the whole code and then implement it into your actual what is that called? That DOS, the layout of the actual coding format.
The IDE.
Yeah.
Integrated Developers Environment.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to read on this.
Hey, you can also go to Microsoft.com and then go to developers, and then you can sign up and get little free tutorials there too.
Microsoft.com. You said go to developers.
Uh-huh.
It's on the bottom.
Let's see. I'm looking at your screen now. Nope. Well, you probably could find it in the bottom. It'd probably be easy to go all the way down to the bottom, not to buy anything.
Mm-hmm.
We may have to go back up and go into software.
Now
stay down there.
Developers.
Yeah, we're looking for developers.
Developer Center.
Yep, there you go. Yep, see, there you go. .NET framework. And you should be able to get into some free classes in there.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, across the top, you got to learn, training, code samples.
Let me see if I can send him the link.
That they offer.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to copy the link.
No, and then they'll give you a free version. You can get a free version of the Visual Basic Studio, but it's gonna be very basic and rudimentary. But it's enough to make, you can do apps. Just some stuff you're not gonna be able to do when it comes to deploying the app.
Let's see.
And then I'm gonna start putting some links to the different blockchains.
Can you do this stuff on a gaming computer?
Yeah, a gaming computer would be ideal,
Yeah, my nephew about to get a gaming computer.
Yeah, you have plenty of RAM or whatever, but you should be able to do this. You can run a lot of these coding platforms on something as small as a server.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Or a laptop. Yeah.
Free cost pay open source developer platform. Oh, look at y'all. Okay. Let's
And
see.
then just to get familiar with that GitHub, that is something good too. That's
This
like
one?
a repository for
This one?
collaborating. I'm sorry, go ahead.
This one? The middle one?
Yeah. But they got tutorials on that, but I'm just, telling you that GitHub is a repository for a collaborative environment for codes where you can just, learn about documentation and you see some open source codes for different projects. Like if you're talking about your meal program, you probably can go search the repositories, and there's an open source app thing already out there that has the database user interface. You may have to just go in and modify it a little bit, but yeah.
Kind of training. Yes. You want this link too, Brandon, or you already got it?
Yeah, you go ahead and throw that link in there for me.
Yeah. Brandon likes school. I can't get on the chat. Hold on.
Nah, I don't like school. I like learning certain things.
Hey, that's what's up, Mr. Brandon. I always be learning, bro.
Yeah.
You inspire me.
Yeah, shoot. Well, yeah, I know everything. I'm just listening.
I'm catching up.
Yeah.
I gotta get current. Okay, this one was the last one. Let me get this one.
Just to round back right quick, when you was talking about HBCUs, is that a cultural thing? Like, is there a HBCU like culture? Like if you didn't go to HBCU, is like I'm trying to get what the guy was trying to say in the video. I really didn't grasp it. And then I was listening to you guys. Like, is there actual such thing as a HBCU culture?
No, but I think what he's getting at is he was trying to throw shade that like where I'm from, you know, some kids went to the Jackson State, or they may have went to a Southern, or they may have went to an Alcorn, but some kids went to the Mississippi State, and they was always the smart kids. And, you know, I came up with a generation. I ain't gonna say it wasn't cool to be smart, but you weren't really popular, so to say, if you was that guy or girl. If you know, it makes sense what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So I think he was trying to say that those guys have no idea, and I agree with the presenter in the video. How can they not have no idea when they grew up black?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's Sean.
If anything, they came, you know, they even had a bigger struggle being the pepper and all that salt than, you know, being pepper and pepper.
Gotcha.
But so
And we and black folk, we like what we like. So music, clothes,
yeah,
you know,
Right.
food. It is what it is.
Again, I think the
know.
way he said it and he worded it just threw me off a little bit. I was like, hold on, is such thing as a HBCU culture that I'm missing out on or something?
No.
Like, and I'm not the one for
No.
jumping into a fad or anything like that, but like, I thought he was trying to like downgrade black people who didn't go to a HBCU, as far as like
He
educational
was.
wise.
He trying to
He
draw
was.
another line.
Yeah.
You hit it
Okay.
right on the head, bro. And I mean, I think that's BS, you know.
Yeah.
But
Let's see.
he a PhD. So what? But what do I know?
Nah. More than him. Let's see.
Right.
Let me back it up one more time.
HBCU culture celebrate everything black. It's black people to celebrate everything black that ain't never been to a fucking HBCU. So that don't make no sense. And you still have not defined HBCU culture. He ain't did it. You ain't did it either. What's HBCU culture? What's HBCU culture? I'm interested in knowing. You can go get your sister. You can go get whoever you want to go get. I've been to HBCU. Go get the founding fathers. They're gonna be white men. It's a handful of HBCUs that the church didn't help out with. I mean, that whites wouldn't participate in the creation of or the evolution of those predominantly black institutions. So go get your sister. Come explain this. I'm interested.
Here's the problem, BJ. There are two different cultures. There's black culture, and then there's HBCU culture.
Now, let me show y'all something. You remember earlier that I said the earliest institutions, right? The earliest institution. Remember that. Remember, at the beginning, around the civil rights, right? There you go. 1837, you know, we would name stuff in the 1860s, stuff like that. Remember, the first one was Middlebury College in 1823. Remember that? Yeah, I remember that, right? 1823. This dude, Alexander Lucius Twilight, he graduated from college, from Middlebury College. Mary Jane Patterson, first African-American woman to get a bachelor's degree from an abolitionist-centered Oberlin College in 1862. Y'all remember what I said there? You got Cheney College, which was known as the African Institute. That was what, in 1837 in Pennsylvania. So here you go. Right here. This makes it the oldest HBCU, 1837. Right? So someone in the chat talked about pride, HBCU pride or black pride. Look when the Black Pride era began. Look when the Black Pride era began, y'all. In the 1960s to the 70s, they bring out the kente cloth and the Black Panthers uniforms were worn in the U.S. as an expression of Black pride. Look when Black pride began, y'all. Black pride in the United States is a movement which, let me hold up, my bad. Black pride in the United States is a movement which encourages its Black people to celebrate African American culture and embrace their African heritage. When did we have this pride movement, ladies and gentlemen? We all know that it was in the 60s. We all know that it was in the 60s. The pride movement. We've been celebrating ourselves. We've been celebrating ourselves. But remember, the celebration of self, you must have been late as hell. I'm gonna blame that on late as all get out, right? Because even in this, we talked about PBIs. So I'm gonna go back to it. Technically, let me get through this. Boom. Make it bigger. For the slow folk. Bring it up. Technically, HBCUs are those IHEs established prior to 1964 to educate persons of African descent. Those founded after 1964 are known as PBIs, predominantly Black institutions, but are included in this study as part of the 101 HBCUs. The technical definition of a PBI, as established as the Higher Education Act of 2008, includes the following criteria. At least 40% of the African-American students, minimum of 1,000 undergraduates, have at least 50% low income or first generation degree seeking undergraduate students, and have a low per full-time undergraduate student expenditure in comparison with other institutions offering similar instruction. These qualifications reflect conditions in the HBCUs operate and indicate that since their founding, HBCUs have continued to serve their core constituencies, students who are of African descent and or first generation and or low income. So the Black or the predominantly Black institutions is after 1964, right around the time we have this whole Black pride, Black power movement. But we were celebrating ourselves long before those establishments. We've been calling ourselves African long before then. So to say what you said about HBCUs being about Black pride, there was a lot of people that wasn't in a college.
I want to pause it right here. Hey, Price.
Yes, ma'am.
So if an institution is not performing research, you think that has something to do with them not contributing to the research arena, has something to do with them not receiving their proper funding for the land grants?
No, I think that's something totally different. That piece that you was reading in Forbes, I thought was good because I can't remember the exact date, but Prairie View recently.
I'll come back to this video with Sean.
Okay, now I'm just saying Prairie View recently started getting their money for their land. I'm saying recently, I'm talking about maybe several years. I don't know the exact thing, but it was something going on where they wasn't getting, because that's one of them. It's on the outskirts of Houston, and it's kind of like in a rural, secluded setting, So that's it's either going to be that for HBCU or they're going to be in the hood, so to say.
So the reason I asked that, because I had read this, it says a second act in 1890 designated many HBCUs as land grant institutions and legislation in 1994 brought TCUs into the land grant system. All institutions receive some funds for research, but only institutions with 1862 land grant status receive funds specifically set aside for multi-state collaboration. So I guess I need to.
So I want you to think about this, Ms. Mo, and I'm going out on a limb here without any backup, just a little recollection of history. George Washington Carver, we know him for all the stuff he did with what? Peanuts.
Right.
Brother hung his hat at Tuskegee, and he went all across the South and taught them this concept of soil rejuvenation and how to, you know, and when I say taught them, I'm talking about white and black farmers. Hey, plant this year, let the land rest this year. He even came up with the concept of fertilization, on how to compost and get nutrients back in the ground. There will be, of that time, would be research, but that was our brother that did that.
Right. So you see, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. So you think about, we have a whole lot of schools that are A&M, agricultural and mechanical, or A&T, agricultural and technical. What was technical during their inception, you know, or what was mechanical during their inception? But yeah, I fall back.
Right. So because those schools who were entitled to the land grants were getting the federal funds based on the land grants, that's one set. That's only 19 institutions, but everybody else are looking to fall into that. But, and I guess what I'm looking at is that somehow is a misconception that all HBCUs should be receiving funds from what these HBCUs were getting is from land grants. And so I'm trying to distinguish.
No, I don't think everybody falls into that. Okay, let me use.
That's what I'm saying.
Jackson State is right in the city. I mean, it's right outside of downtown Jackson. Tougaloo is on the outskirts of Jackson in a suburb. Prairie View is on the outskirts of Houston, where Texas Southern is like downtown Houston. But with Prairie View's land, so with their land, there also are mineral rights. You know, we're in Texas, so there may be oil on that land in Houston. There are mineral rights, water rights, those certain rights, depending if it's a rural setting, like A&T. A&T is in Greensboro, so I don't remember the setting just exactly. So, but it's not in downtown Greensboro. So they have a huge plot of land in a secluded area where they may have access to water rights, mineral rights. And to me, when you say land grants and some type of appropriations for that, that's what comes to mind for me. But I very well could be wrong.
So it says, history of the land grant program. A land grant university is a United States institution of higher education that was given federal land by the Morrill Acts of 1862 and 1890. Read on to learn more about the history of land grants in the U.S. and status of these institutions today. In the early 1800s, advocates of agricultural education were lobbying the government to create colleges and universities specifically for agriculture and mechanical learning. Basically what you just said. Their dream was to their dream was realized in 1862 when the Morrill Act granted eligible states 30,000 acres of land to establish institutions of learning that will focus on practical agriculture, science, military science, and engineering. In 1890, you just said it, 1890, the act was further expanded by a land grant program geared toward Confederate states, requiring them to either discount race as a admission criterion or designate a separate land grant program for students of color. And I guess that's where HBCUs came into play. Establishment of land grant universities. Kansas was the first state to take advantage of the land grant program with the establishment of Kansas State University in 1863, followed by Iowa, which established State Agricultural College, now Iowa State University, in 1864. However, the oldest still existing land grant university is actually Rutgers University in New Jersey. While it was not designed as a land grant institution until 1864, it was founded in 1766. Eventually, according to the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, at least one land grant institution was established in every state and the District of Columbia. The United States Department of Agriculture maintains a map of these institutions. Land grant universities today. In many cases, the existing modern land grant universities have expanded to become modern public research institutions, although most still teach the practical skills upon which they were established. They also strive to prove this education to all Americans, regardless of race or economic status. However, there are a few land grant universities that are now private schools, most notably the Ivy League's Cornell University. Many land grants also receive federal funding to support agricultural initiatives. More information is available in a recent National Public Radio broadcast. Benefits of attending a land grant university. If you're interested in a practical public education, a land grant university may be a good choice for you. This is established true if you're interested in staying in your home state for college, as you may receive a lower cost education and additional benefits that you would if you choose to attend an out-of-state school. And because there are more than 70 land grant universities in the United States, you're sure to find one in your state that closely fits your educational objectives. Historically, land grant universities were an innovative way of supporting the country through economic growth in key fields like agriculture, science, and engineering, while also providing residents of all social classes a chance to better their station in life through higher education. While college costs have risen astronomically over the years, attending a university of this kind, may be a unique opportunity for a world-class education without a sticker shock of a private university. So, the reason I read this was because of the conversation of the universities being HBCUs being underfunded. And to me, if HBCUs, the reason they were getting funding from the federal government was through the land grant initiative, and all of them are not considered to be land grant universities. Who are land grant institutions? Let's look them up. And they're all not land grant universities. Then of course, there's a lot of them that's going to be underfunded. That means, looks like to me from this list, all of your private ones are not land grant funded. Seems like all of the state universities and the A&Ms and the A&Ts. Sounds about right? Which are your state sponsored, what they call state sponsored universities.
Yes.
So there's a whole bunch more HBCUs which are private. And so when they lump those conversations in, okay, our people got to start saying the right things. Because I don't know. I don't think, and I guess that'll be another conversation. For HBCUs, but this looked like a paper. I won't get into that tonight, but yeah.
Both my parents graduated from a private HBCU. They graduated from Tougaloo College.
Right. And I went to
And
Voorhees University, so probably HBCU. But we be talking about funding, oh, we need more money, we need more money. But those other, state sponsored HBCUs getting their money because of the whole land grant. And that's why I say policy wise, we would have to go back to the table. Because being that private institutions are covered, a lot of them are covered by the religious content of it. That's a whole nother ball game.
well, yeah, that kind of played out.
Yeah.
Shoot, I want to say almost 10 years ago, Miss Mo. A lot of those like some schools was started by the Methodists, or some was started by the Protestants, or some was started by the Catholics, or some was started by the Baptists. And as religion started to lose its hold on the culture, on society, then they just started to say, hey, we can't afford to keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? So that those affiliations are only a name only, in my opinion, at this day and age.
But they're played out, but have they changed their charter for them to be entitled to
No,
federal?
well, that's what I'm saying. You probably read on the byline somewhere and say, yeah, it was founded in such and such year by this this denomination. But other than that, I don't think any fiduciary responsibilities are there. I mean, the church can't even agree with the church today. You got splits within, so yeah, I don't think any financial responsibility. I think those will serve it. I just remember that conversation, or that nuance starting to come into play a few years back.
So looks like they made some changes in 1994, but they're entitled to some money. But looks like you got to be doing STEM. Why are we not getting that? And the schools look like they change more towards business and things that's not going to get you no money from the government.
Well, I'll push back on that a little bit, Ms. Mo, because I want you to think about this. When we get to talking about the finances and the markets, and every now and then see what is it, Fast Money, CSNBC, they always want to release somebody's study. University of Michigan has gained notoriety for putting out a good study for tracking inflation. HBCU's got statistics departments or business departments. Why can't you put some skin in the game and put something out there in the knowledge space?
I got you. Research from another level. Yeah. Research.
Exactly.
All calls you need to be putting together. You can gather those kids together to be on your research team and putting out publications on different. I got you.
Yeah. You got to make a contribution in there. And then if somebody challenges you, back it up. And then, get your credibility, get your notability. And next thing you know, they'll be talking about,
hey,
whatever school,
Hey, they should be doing research on reparations. That's what they should have been doing the whole time.
So, well, in my opinion, Dr. Claude Anderson already did the research on that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you hit that on the head. But yeah, you're definitely right. We have to put in some work. We have to put in some work. And you said one key word that will always stand tall, and that's contributions. Same thing in the business world. What are you doing to contribute to society? If you don't own nothing, can't expect to give me no favor. Y'all see me posting some things on taxes. I ain't gonna talk about that tonight because it's too much. But man.
Yeah, but that was something that it kind of cut deep when he said that part about you pass on tradition. When he was making this point about tradition, say passing on. And I really think we're not passing on the best tradition. Because all we're doing is passing on a blueprint to go be assimilated and not come back and give back. That's what's dividing the culture.
Just to go have fun.
Yeah.
During that.
Everybody just talk about the yard. Okay, let's see what else he talking about.
Stretch. That was repping Black pride. There still is people that ain't been to an HBCU or a PWI that represent Black power, Black pride. So the whole notion and the assumption that these things do something that other people, it's people at PWIs, Black people. They represent Black power, Black pride. The hell you think going on? Have you not seen Ice Cube in High Learning? In the West Coast, they don't have HBCUs out west. There ain't no HBCUs in that direction. Let me be a little bit more clear. Because we seem to talk about experience, which is really traditional. We seem to talk about all of this, and we don't even know nothing. See, you went to a private school, little lady, little white, little private institution. You know what I'm talking about? You went to a private school that was built by them colonizers. And you up here, you talking about something. See, that's what HBCU people do to you. They gonna look at you like, how you gonna defend us? And you went to a private school, yada 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 yada. And see, that's a problem. That's why I'm saying his words have ramifications, because they're trying to separate Black culture from the HBCU experience, when it is Black culture that embodies the traditions at HBCUs. So here go all the historically Black colleges and universities. You see anything very interesting here? Anything interesting here? There's 3 in Ohio. There, 3. Ain't that many where you from, and they ain't nowhere near where you from. Huh? Kentucky got 2. Huh? We ain't even got to play this game. Oklahoma got 1. Texas got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Louisiana got like 6. Mississippi got about 7. Arkansas got 4. Tennessee got 5, 6, 7. I forgot about Knoxville College. I don't even know if that's still a thing. North Carolina got a gang of them. North Carolina, South Carolina got a gang of them. Florida got 3. Alabama got 12. You know what I'm saying? Georgia got about 8. They become less and less the closer you go further north. Ain't none in New Jersey. PA got some. I don't think it's not none in New York. They trying to claim so, but I don't think they're in existence. 1 in Delaware. 4 in Maryland. Come on, man. When we go west, they ain't west. But it's Black.
No slavery there.
West that was screaming Black pride, Black power, embracing and doing all of that pride stuff for a long time. A very mighty long time. He going better look. He going better look for you. Where the red states at, that's where your HBCUs is. That's
Boom.
There you go. There you go, right there. Out of 102 colleges and universities, historically Black colleges and universities, there you go. Here go all 102 on this map. Look at the states. Look. And none of them up there. None of them are over here. Look at that. Just all right here. But you finna tell me that these people in these areas wasn't on some Black power shit, wasn't about Black pride, ain't a part of Black culture? Well, I'm finna keep it all the way funky with you. People that are at HBCUs are bringing in the stuff that they learned from where they were at, because you have people from New York, Maine, California, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan. You have people, Black people, that come to HBCU space and they bring with them the remnants of their society, that culture. So they assimilate into HBCU space and inherit the traditions of the HBCUs and take them back with them when they return home, if they return home. That's why I said it is not properly defined. What the hell is HBCU culture? When the band's playing music, the bands ain't playing music that's made in the HBCU space. The bands is playing music that comes off the same radio stations that everybody else is listening to across the United States. Go look at the band list. The women that dance, the majorettes. Go look at the dance moves. Huh?
Okay.
So that's basically what I'm saying about everybody, is that y'all are misconceiving the way these things are supposed to go because you playing games.
Okay, I think we heard enough of that. So yeah, that's how that goes. So what's in these markets y'all working with? Oh no, y'all probably
Hey, No, I'm just my bags is packed on some things, and I'm kind of just waiting to see what January gonna do. Y'all know I'm a long-term person. I'm not a trader.
I'm getting into it. Let me ask you guys. You guys may know. I was trying to think about some places to put some dollars. I was trying to see how much money, trying to think about different places out there to put some funds. How much money can you put in different areas, put in different accounts? How much you can contribute. Is there like a cap?
I don't see no bank, no institution at this point turning down any money from the public.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is it a brokerage account, or is it a fund, or?
Probably. What do you mean fund? You mean like by the bank?
Yeah, by the bank.
Bank or TD Ameritrade.
Or like a CD, something.
IRA.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you can't touch until you
59.
X money.
70.
Yeah, I think 59.
59 for it to be tax free, right?
Yeah, 59. I think 59 and a half is tax free, or I thought they changed it. I don't know. I think it's 59.
Yeah, 59 and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, 59 and a half. And these are pre-tax. These dollars are already taxed. So only thing you're paying tax on is the gains, right?
Right.
So, okay. And the gains, okay, that would be capital gains, right?
Right.
And then there's the difference between
we
talking long term, right? At least a year,
59.
right?
Oh, yeah, we're talking the 59 and a half.
Oh, okay. Well, so you'll be in the lower end of that.
So it'd be wait. So it says any deductible contribution earnings you withdraw or that are distributed from your traditional IRA are taxable. Okay, it's traditional. So also, if you're under the age 59, that's traditional. I don't want to do that one. This one. None of it's qualified distribution or a withdrawal that is a qualified distribution. Otherwise, part of the distribution withdrawn may be taxable. I guess that means that if it came straight from out of your paycheck, that would be taxable. And then if you actually added it to it, That's would be non-taxable? Is that what we're saying?
No, I think that is the taxes are already paid on it, right? Are you doing something pre-tax?
I think.
you go ahead, Brandon.
No, I was gonna say. I think isn't it a 401k pre-tax
I
as
don't know.
well? I mean,
I
I
have
think
to
it's
find
certain
out
ones.
because I
No,
don't.
a 401k is pre-tax.
Okay.
So the
But
contribution comes after tax. So the contribution goes to your 401k after taxes, not before tax.
no, your 401k, the contribution goes to the 401k before taxes.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So that would be okay. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that if it's contributed straight from your paycheck, it's before taxes. And if you actually add money to the account, that's considered after taxes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So the system, I'm sorry, I didn't get some more water. So the system will know which part that you're adding that was directly from your paycheck and which part was a deposit from you just adding to it.
Well,
I think so.
the investment vehicle is going to tell them that, Ms. Mo.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I had to drink something. Okay. Just trying to wrap my brain around it. I was listening to tax class today, and I wonder if I still have access to it. Y'all may not want to listen to it today. Maybe I could play it tomorrow. It's pretty long.
And I'm dreading them taxes.
It's on business. You may want to listen to it. I don't know. It's just still a little early. It's only 8:30. What you want is an equity index annuity. Equity index annuity. Y'all heard of that one?
Mm-hmm.
Equity.
Yeah, but annuity?
Is that the insurance policy?
Well, it's a perpetual. I mean, you got so many variations out there, man. I really hate getting into annuities and insurance. It's for the right reason. It could be something good for you.
Either it's you said or insurance, or you said and insurance.
Well, I mean, yeah, some, because at the end of the day, if you really putting together a type one, that's going to be something. Say your objective is to, a lot of people have a fear of outliving their money, and if you want something that's going to do perpetual and get you the best rate of return, blah blah blah. And I really don't think that would be the way to go. You would want to outsource that and just go ahead and make a deal, but you have to put it in some type of insurance investment package. Right. I just finished reading this book. Y'all ever read this book, Tony Robbins' Master the Game?
I got it right here next to me.
No, but I need to get it.
I'm on page.
I just finished it.
Tony Robbins, Master of the Game.
Money Master the Game.
Money Master the Game. His name is Tony Robbins, but it's a good book. I don't know exactly what your objectives would be, Ms. Mo, but I think, number one is, what'd you say, ma'am?
I need to get it. We need to do a book study in this. I need this like ASAP. I need to understand this like ASAP. My objectives.
Go ahead.
Well, my objectives, what I was thinking, and sometimes when and I'm just I'm just sharing information. I ain't giving nobody no advice, y'all. Is to to put some funding in some assets that's going to give me some dividends. That I'm trying to find the best way to do it. I have 4 ways I want to do it already. I'm very familiar with, of course, dividend stock, the IRAs, like we just mentioned, the CDs, the money markets, those kind of things. But I was also looking at well, he said annuities, but I also was looking at IULs, trusts,
Insurance
Mhm.
policies.
Yeah, the IUL was the insurance one, unless there's a different one you can communicate. Things of that nature to yield the dividends, get some dividends from it or the interest. And I suspect I'm thinking like once I get taxed, I want to say, okay, once if I've already got taxed, I don't want to be getting taxed again now. I know I'm gonna have to because everything I read and looked at, I'm like, damn, they're gonna tax you regardless. Again.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. The whole concept behind a 401k is pre-tax dollars because by the time you use it, you're gonna be in a lower tax bracket. But think about I use myself for example. So I retired from the military, and I get a disability. By the time I get to age 70, I can get Social Security. So in my case, I'm gonna be in a higher tax bracket because your Social Security is taxable. You see what I'm
Only,
saying?
well, yeah, for you because only, yeah, a certain age, only because you get a second retirement. That's why. So it's just like me. It would be the same thing for me, but my retirement is tax free for the military. But I
But
said, go ahead.
no, I'm just saying. Well, I haven't got my retirement tax free from the military. How you do that?
I'll tell you in a few seconds. Hold on.
She got that G14 classified
No, I've been hearing about this
clearance.
for years and been trying to read this email, but I still pay taxes on my military retirement.
Is it significant amount, or is it just what the minimum is for like retirement?
Hey, Mr. Brandon, I try to owe them, bro. I rather I owe them than they owe me. That's been my motto for a long time.
Gotcha.
That's why I say I'm regretting that coming up now.
Nah, it's
Yeah.
it's a good thing. Come on, Mo. Go ahead.
Oh no, I don't even know what y'all saying. What's a good thing?
No, I mean, like, it's when you get to retirement, it doesn't mean you're actually retired. It's just another form of income that you have to your disposable, where you can
Right.
still put in like in a different asset and
Right.
still create that fund or that nest egg, or just leave it for your kids, family, whoever. It doesn't mean you have to stop doing what you got to do. You just got to know a source of income, from Uncle Sam. So
Either
it's
or. Look,
right.
either or.
Right. Yeah.
So
either,
it's
No.
it's never a
either or,
quick thing.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Either
Like,
or, depending
I
on
mean,
your medical situation coming out. Because
that too.
some people can't continue and
And
do
then if you got the
nothing else.
mental fortitude to
Right.
keep up, yeah. I mean, if you got it, I mean, don't waste it.
Right.
Right. I mean, if you still feel like if you still kicking around, you still, you can bounce the ball, you drive yourself to your own doctor's appointment. I mean, hey, don't stop doing what you need to do. Don't stop collecting these dollars. There's people in their 70s and 80s who starting, the real estate market right now, or who just found out about stocks and stuff like that. And they definitely playing with their pensions, or they're definitely playing with their retirement fund to help themselves
You
out.
hit it on the head, bro. I got 3 properties, and so
I'm trying.
I'm just saying.
I'm trying to get
Like,
like you. I'm trying. I seen that the video that Mo put out yesterday. What was that? Tax deed or something like that.
That was Smash.
It's, I
Yeah.
watched that video.
Hey, they might. That's one for the archives right there. That's
Yeah,
one
it
for
is.
that's one to save and put on the playlist. He did that.
And like
that brother drops some good gems all the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just trying to get people out there, whether it's just, hey man, start an LLC and just start doing YouTube, or just go out there. He be putting out some good stuff.
Yeah, he
Somewhat threw me back that
Yeah,
he went LegalZoom route. I done went through Was it
Oh,
was it Infile?
I could do it straight up. You don't gotta do none of them. It's not as hard as you think.
Creating the LLC itself?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you could do that. Go to your state's
you can do
website.
that yourself.
Yeah.
Oh hell, I didn't know that.
Brandon, you ain't
Yeah.
pay attention in class.
No, I did. Like I heard
Listen.
you do it. I was like, oh,
No.
maybe she had like
Listen,
some text number that she
I
had to
just
input.
fussed at Chris for the same thing yesterday on Zoom. We wasn't live, but it was just him. We were just together, and he got to get his EIN. He got his EIN yesterday. I said, you and Brandon weren't paying attention in class at all.
No, I got my stuff. I got my EIN. I got
So
my
Chris
tax
was
papers.
paying.
Yeah, I got that like right afterwards. I had this LLC for like 6 months now. I don't know whether if I want to like just because I heard that the LLC has to mature, but in maturity it has to be doing something, right?
That's any business entity. Any business entity.
Okay.
Let me tell you what the IRS gonna say. If you're not making money in 3 years, then that's a hobby.
Yeah.
So,
Got you. Okay.
But you don't ran out. You need to make some kind of money.
No,
you can't just be over there taking a loss the whole time.
Right. I need to and like the trouble I'm having is trying to find an account. Like I told you, I was trying to do the whole drop shipping thing back on eBay again. I'm having trouble trying to find like my account, like a card that I can use for my account. I just got my PayPal card in the mail, so I'm gonna go ahead and activate it, start it that way, and then eBay is doing something where I'm not able to. I gotta find what's it called, trustee, the secondary trustee on my LLC. So I gotta see what that's about. So it's a slow walk, but I'm doing something. What's that?
You didn't just get a business account?
The LLC or the account?
LLC.
I did. That's the thing though. I did it, and then that's when they asked for a secondary trustee or something like that.
Oh, somebody
do they want you to be bonded? I'm sorry.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that
okay, so you may have to get like some insurance, some type of business insurance.
Okay.
Yep.
So is it best if I just go through, if I do it like the solo route again?
Oh, so you're saying when you do it solo route, they don't ask you for all that?
No, they don't ask for all that. But the thing is,
I go solo until you get your money up, and then you can pay.
Scale that thing.
Insurance is another liability.
Okay.
But how much money you need? Are you talking about like just $1 million or so, or because you probably get $1 million coverage? Yeah, $15 a month. Yeah, $1 million coverage, you can get that. I don't know what line that'll fall in, but you're talking about like maybe $15 a month.
For $1 million? No, not even like something drop shipping, like something off of another website, putting it on to that eBay thing and just wait for it.
Oh, like I'm not familiar with the industry, bro, Brandon.
You good.
You know how your company buys supplies? Instead of going to the store and you buy it from Brandon.
I got you.
That's drop shipping.
You've been on eBay before, right?
You probably won't need it. You probably can get by with like 100,000 there.
Right.
I'm just not familiar with the industry.
No, I'm saying like with eBay, everything on eBay that you see is probably drop shipped. Like 2 out of 3. If the picture looks too good to be true, or like you think that person took a great picture on that product, no, it's probably eBay, or it's probably like another retail site. So that's what I'm trying to do. But it's I don't know, it's a whole thing. And then from that, I was gonna utilize some of the funds from that and then put into my account, like what Chris is doing with his brokerage account.
Yeah.
Just transfer some of that from my business into a brokerage account, start investing with that.
I do that into the Ameritrade.
Yep.
Open it up to the Ameritrade with the LLC.
Yep. And that's something else too. I'm trying to formulate a plan. That's one thing reading Tony Robinson's book. I mean, like his stuff is based on a plan. You got to have a plan. Like, it talks about, the different vehicles, and like I can tell you right now, I'm on page 309, and like all the gems he dropped was just crazy.
Yeah, you right in the sweet spot, bro.
Yeah,
Brandon, it's getting real good now.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
like
give me
he,
one. I want
like
to do. Y'all want to
he's
do it
talking.
live? The book setting live, even though y'all been and read it.
I
Yeah,
mean, no, yeah, you can do it live.
I definitely read it again, but I mean, I just Brandon hit it on the head. I'm getting ready to tackle this intelligent investor next. It's
I
based
got
off
that
of
book too.
Benjamin Graham, the inventor of value investing. But it's another thick one. I need to find some thin books with a lot of pictures, man. These books.
That's why we need to do it together.
Some picture books with some color in it.
Yeah, you know.
Oh my
See, they got a
god.
Dr. Seuss book on investing.
Hey, but Miss Moore, that'd be an awesome 2023. You know, after the holidays, I definitely go back and check out Tony Robbins again. It just got a lot of gems in between, and
They do.
then you get halfway through, and now he's getting into the strategy. And so, Brandon, you done already went through. Hey, have a plan. What that number look like? What independence look like? What?
Yep.
Yeah, I like his approach.
And then, like, what I like to do is, like, I like to look at the front of it, and then I like to go to like the last couple pages. He's got those steps all in order for you. He's got like 5 or
Mm-hmm.
10 different steps for you to follow. So, and then he gives you like the strategies that Ray Dalio uses, Paul Tudor Jones, who's the other
The
female?
Vanguard guys.
Yep,
Oh,
everybody.
So,
yeah.
so what we gonna do? We gonna do this one, and what's your next one? What's the next recommended?
Would you say the Intelligent Investor?
How many chapters? This
Yeah, I'm
one?
going.
Let's
Say
see.
that again, Miss Mo.
I was seeing how many chapters they got.
I can tell you
Oh,
right
Tony
now.
Robinson only got about 8 chapters, but the book is about 600 pages long. But it's good.
Do I got the right book?
661. No, yeah, you got the right book.
You got the right book.
Hey, Mo, you
And
remember
it's
that website?
Huh?
You can probably get the PDF, but you got to look for 661
No.
pages.
No, I need hard copy when I do book.
Okay.
Unless I'm doing audio.
I can see if I can send you the audio if you want that.
Yeah, I could do audio.
Yeah. Then he loaded up with different websites that I haven't even visited the websites yet that evaluate like if you got a mutual fund, like I had this Janus fund that I mean I would never rely on a fund manager ever again. Now that he done put it in perspective on the fees and the tax liabilities. I just, I can go to my TD Ameritrade and fund, just do low index ETFs.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. Hey, so if I get it on a Kindle, will I be able to see the pages?
I'm not too sure about the Kindle.
Or if I open it up on my computer?
Yeah, I'm iPad guy. I'm not sure.
I got Kindle ain't on the iPad. I got a MacBook. I want to be able to download it to my MacBook. That's the PDF then, right, Brandon? Send me that. Yeah, I want the PDF too.
No, I was gonna say, like, you remember that website, the PDF Drive?
PDF Drive.com.
Yeah.
Like driving the car.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is it right here?
Yep. First link.
And what was the name again?
Money Master the Game. Yeah, it's that one, but the page is off. It's like 1,000.
Just say 1,000.
Yeah, preview it first, right quick.
There's one for 491 pages below. This is some more.
Yeah, that's how the
that 41, that 491 may be accurate because like Brandon said, his last chapter is really just a checklist going down all the steps. It's like 7 steps that he just dig into. And then everything after that, he got a lot of foundations and stuff.
488. So
that could be.
I probably stick to 1,000. I mean, if you want to see the last of it, but
I want to see the last of it. So you would go to the last page to look like
I don't know. Nah, I don't think it's gonna give you the last pages on the preview.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just check it, make sure everything looks right. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, go halfway. Go to like 300. And how far can you go?
685.
What page is that?
Uh-huh. This one.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, that's probably like the next 2 pages for me right there.
I think that's the book.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's the book.
That's it.
So I'll tell you what page that is right now. Because I just seen that yesterday.
Yeah, that's Ray Dalio's strategy, his all season strategy.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. I can't tell you what page it is, but that's about it right, about 300 and something when he laid it out.
Okay. Oh, your page is front and back, right?
I
Yeah.
got the book.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
why. That's why it's 1,000 and something. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that makes sense. You're right, Ms. Mo. That's it. Yeah.
Okay. So the challenge at the end. Life is a gift.
Yep, that's it right there. That's the
Yeah,
last
that's it.
stronghold. Yep. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And then I got the actual book, and then I got it on Audible.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then send me that. Now, how do I do this? Go back, get out of this.
Yeah, close out and then download. And then it's
That's
gonna
gonna
bring
make
up
me
like
intelligent.
don't close that out. Don't click anything there. Just
Okay.
close that out at the top.
Close it out here.
Yeah. And then it should
Let me bookmark this.
go to
Go
PDF.
to PDF.
Yeah.
Look at y'all. What smart cells.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, we trying to get there. Well, you know, I'm 53 years old, Ms. Mo. I don't waste a lot of time. So.
See, I waste a lot of time. You don't waste a lot of time.
Yeah, you know.
I got my nephew, so every time he gets money, he gonna split it up 4 ways. So he gonna start contributing to his custodial account on Stash because he spent too much in the same place. He on it now. I make him say it every day. So now when he gets his little dollars, I'm gonna have him.
See, yeah, you talking legacy. That's where I'm at with it. You know, I done passed this trait on to my kids, but you know, no regrets. But that's all we can do.
Yes, all you can do is share it. Okay, cool. All right. Brandon, you gonna email me? Brandon?
I'm sorry. No, I'm gonna see if I can try to find a way I can send you the Audible.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see if it's shareable. If not, I can send you a website.
Okay.
I gotta see.
Okay, that works out. All right. Okay, cool. Y'all empowered. Y'all empowered me.
Nah, but like learning
Oh,
from
that's
this.
what's up, there.
Right.
Yeah, y'all empowered today.
No, Ms. Mo, you always coming in here dropping some jewels, man, with all kind of stuff about these grants, about this. You know, I even wrote that down. But that's one of the most powerful things you said. When you in business, do business.
That's right. You better do it. Matter of fact,
yeah, I put that in the toolkit.
Yeah, matter of fact, y'all got jobs. Y'all don't have no home-based business. Y'all need to go on and jump in my econ. It costs you a little nothing. It don't cost you nothing. And you can take advantage. Hey, listen, I was listening to that tax class today. Honey. They took away hold on, let me check my phone. I screenshot it. They took away where's it at? We already knew they took away the personal deductions in 18, but they also took away. Oh man, I said I was gonna say it tonight.
Did they take it away, or did they just raise the limits?
No, baby, it's gone.
Wow.
That's why your taxes, if it's looking a little funny in the last couple of years, That's why no personal exemptions. That's what made it hard. They made it hard for us to itemize. It was
Well,
very
that's what I'm
easy for us to
saying.
itemize.
It be, I guess because the year they did it, I had put a roof on the house, and that kind of put me over the hump.
Yeah. Yeah,
But it ain't worth it unless you got 20,000 worth of stuff.
say it again. And see, when you had personal exemptions, it helped out a lot. Because if you had
It
business,
did.
yeah, now you don't have that, boy. You staying in the standard deductions column, boy. You paying them taxes. You hear me?
So what's this you showing me now? My econ.
Oh, this is the MLM, my MLM home-based business. I've been in this since
Okay.
2016. I got it because of the little simple accounting system that it had, and I didn't have a business. I wasn't doing anything. I didn't know what, I had no kind of business like that. So this is my business, which is to teach financial literacy, pretty much.
I got to put you in the game.
Yes, it did. And this it has a credit, all the credit repair stuff in here. It has some travel stuff. Let's see. And then it has an accounting system. So anything you want, and if you need help with your credit, you got all the stuff, all the forms, pre-done forms and all that stuff, the education videos, teach you all about that stuff, help you stay in order. But this is what really attracted me. So I was like, man, accounting system come with it. Okay, put me down. As you can see, I use it very well. You just keep your income and expenses, also track your mileage as well. Quick little snapshot, take pictures of your receipts. You have a whole list system. So just kind of, let me go to one that I've done. Probably got a lot. And then when I do record keeping for people, I'll come here. I'll use this to give them an actual report. Let me go back. I've been had this since 2016. So that's why when the PVP and stuff came out and they say you had, your Schedule C, this, and whatever, please. I was
already there.
We were on it. Yeah. Have been doing business since been doing it. So me and Chris was in at the same time. We've been in my econ since, so we've been following Schedule C, so it was easy. Now we didn't get as much money as most people, of course, because we only was doing it with this, but give you a nice little report, have all your stuff in order, ready for taxes, pretty much, So that's why I have the system. That's why I initially got it. And then the tax strategy helped me, taught me how to, that's what we was doing that one day, coming up with coming up with a financial plan for the future, what you need to put away, how you need to put it away, that kind of thing, help you eliminate debt. But I used this and I stayed in order with eliminating some stuff. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh, this is just an example. But, when I first got in at 16 and I used this and I stuck to it, and man, that's why I only have, of course, I got a new vehicle last year, but that's how I got my mortgage down, got rid of my car, and whatever little miscellaneous stuff I had out there, and kind of got my life under control when spending. So every now and then I go back to it at the beginning of the year, put in my financial goals, see if anything has changed, and then work on. That's when I started investing. Once I got myself under control, 2020, I was ready to invest. As you can see, I was ready, and that's when the pandemic hit. Right, I started investing in January. Right, Brandon? I think we started going live. I started from scratch. And January.
Didn't even want to spend $5. I wish Chris was on here right now. You get you.
Hey, Price, look, Dad gave me free $20, right? And Chris, they would be like, okay, Mo, how much you gonna put on Moderna? I'll be like $5.
Wow.
Petty like that. Just $5.
Moderna costed $28. I was just like $5.
Going in like that with the free 20.
with the free 20. With the free 20, honey. I wasn't giving a no one. And then here goes the pandemic hit. When the pandemic hit, we wasn't stressing. Shoot. AE was teaching us, everybody, Brandon, Chris, they would teach me those how to make money in the market. I wasn't even concerned. I was right there on my computer. Everybody else stressing about being home. I was learning how to trade the market. Oh my God. So that's why I use that. But when I first got in, I think it cost me like $200 to get in this program. Now it's free, $9.99, all kind of stuff. But anyways, if you're working, you should get in an MLM if you're working. I wouldn't say go full out, with a business unless you got skills, you got talent, that kind of thing. But if you just working, they taking all your tax dollars, go on and get you in a little MLM because you can walk at a minimum, you can write off. Let me see. It has my where's my book? Where's my documents at? At a minimum, you could write off your cell phone, your internet, car expenses, things of that nature. What else? What else?
I'll tell you guys an easy hustle. Well, I don't want to say hustle. Easy entry business is this notary business. I got a partner in Carolina, and he check it out. He buys a lot of houses and stuff, right? So he went and just took a little course, passed the test. So now he do closings, and he got other stuff going on too. But I mean,
you make some bucks.
You get anywhere from $50 to maybe $150 to do a closing, or just go file something at the court office.
That's some quick money too. Yep, and you can marry somebody.
Oh well, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, he ran that down to him. I'm like, dude, I mean, he just doing because he does HVAC, little construction and everything. So he like the total package, but he a real estate guy. But maybe I can get him in here one day just to
chop it up on notary. Yeah, and look, so at a minimum, you got a little notary, MLM, whatever, right? Boom, you can write off these things. We do this stuff every day. We travel, we eat, got interest on some things. We drive, may not have no wages, right? But I know we got some office expenses, buy paper, buy pens, you may be gifting. Yeah. Listen, if I can't sell my jewelry, it definitely gets gifted. If you got big equipment, big assets, the depreciation, if you're paying insurance, if you're paying somebody to do record keeping for you, a lot of the expenses and other qualified expenses. So, I would put communications in there, your cell phone bill, internet bill at a minimum, and you'd be surprised how much money you can get back in taxes. So we always go ahead.
No, I just say here's a thought. Once you start operating under your LLC, you got your business account or whatever. You can just start buying your vehicles with the LLC.
Yep.
And that makes way for your business credit, and and you just scale from there. That's the general rule too. I always use other people's money. Wall Street does it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they do it well. You said buy your vehicle through your LLC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's why you want to become profitable. Just think about it on the scale. So you got your business account, and once your bank, depending on what, whether it's community bank, credit union, or whatever, once they see you profitable, the bank is going to offer you a line of credit or a credit card for your business account. And you drive on with that and keep showing profitability. And then next thing you know, you kind of establish, and then you take your LLC, hey, you want a new whip? You go get your whip under the LLC. When you're small, it's all you regardless, but it does something on paper to make you look different, if that makes sense what I'm trying to say.
No, yeah. I was gonna say, you don't go extravagant, like I'm extravagant and get like a $56,000 vehicle. You just get.
No, I would be reasonable, but I'm just saying.
Depending on what your business.
Yeah, you're gonna pay for the car anyway.
Right.
But you know, just when you do that through the business, it just looks different.
Got you. Okay.
But no, don't go out and get a Lamborghini. I am not saying that unless you're doing that. If you're doing Lamborghini revenue, yeah, you do that. But I'm just saying, because now that mileage, that's a company car. So that mileage that's business.
Well, right. Yep. Mine's gonna be business anyway because I split business and personal. Just slap that magnet on there and keep it moving. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, make sure you guys are up on it. I think next Wednesday is my birthday.
Uh-oh. Oh snap.
It's
What you
my
about to
birthday.
get into?
It's my birthday, and I'm not gonna get into anything until the weekend. I don't think so. I'll probably be
Sorry,
like,
but you all right, Miss Mo, you a Capricorn, so you're all right with me. So that's cool.
That's right. It's gonna be so. Anybody make some donations? I'm gonna put it towards my scholarship. I'm gonna do an event to raise money for my scholarship and make it happen. So, anyways, you guys, it's always been great. Unless y'all got something else y'all want to talk about, we went.
No, I'm good. I enjoyed your video. The brother was on point with everything he was putting down, and I agree with him.
Yeah, I wanted to repeat it. He did that video on his channel, and I had watched it, and I was like, man, I want to listen to this again. So I was like, you know what? I'll play it live. So I asked him, could I play it live? And he told me, yeah. So I went on there and played it live because I was watching the first signing, the athletes who were signing.
Oh yeah,
signing day. Yeah. So I was watching some of that, and how some, hey, I'll end on this note. I don't care what you say. Prime gonna make an appearance in the public, right? He got the whole crew together like they in the NFL signing, like you doing a draft pick.
Oh no, they're doing big business.
I love when he makes it exciting like that. I think everybody should make it exciting and get the kids all hyped,
Miss Mo, this thing is serious, and now that you got NIL going on, I want to say two things, and I'm gonna shut up for the rest of the night. But there's this guy, what's his name, Cameron, but the guy's in Florida. He's like the number one cornerback in the country right now. He's in high school. Today was National Early Signing Day. You got University of Miami thought they had him. Nick Saban been wooing this guy. Now all of a sudden it's rumors. Deion is wooing this guy, and then his mom comes out and say, "Oh, he not signing today." But this is a big day. This is like the draft. This is the NFL draft of all the way from now. I would say from now all the way to February. This is that moment for the collegiate athletes.
Look at this guy, UNC quarterback Drake may be offered $5 million in NIL money by 2 schools. Let's see. Can we get a list? Let me see.
Them Power 5 schools is offering that type of NIL. I'm just
man, that's wild.
But I want you. Yeah, $5 million, bro. But Ms. Mo, I want you to think about this. So that's some talk now. Now all of a sudden, my clan, and when I say my clan, I'm talking about the 601 people. We're talking about doing collectives, NILs, to try to get some athletes to stay and blah 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 blah. But why can't we do that for a scholarship fund? Or why can't we get that excited about getting some new dormitories built? You know what I'm saying?
Say that again. I'm with you.
I'm just saying, but that's that tradition that we be passing on. That I say, something is broken in the matrix. But I'm gonna fall back because I know we're getting ready to break out.
No, I'm with you. Listen. I am with you. I'm with you. I was thinking about, well, I give out scholarships every year to high school students. So, but I posted on my Facebook today that and it's a small amount, it's not a lot. I was gonna do $20 per pay period. This come out like $520 a year to my put it in my alumni chapter to send to the school to help with the scholarship fund that they put together with. And then I had to got two people that match me. So we at 1560 and we ain't even. So just think of everybody in my chapter jump aboard. Oh, look.
But that's what I'm saying. Ms. Mo, think about that. So get 5,000 people to commit to $25 a month or $300 a year. That's $1 million.
Right.
Then you got to worry about nobody clearing the books to graduate when you got that type of scholarship out there. I'm just saying. But
right,
like I say, I'm preaching to the choir right now. But
right, yeah. And my friend, she trying to get some deductions. Yeah, you better give me that 520. So boom, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4. So I just accumulate $1,080. Just that quick. So just think if everybody in my association did it, we'd be to a nice little meal, like you said.
Well, I mean, just think about what was in the presentation. HBCUs, the tradition is to come back and service the community. I mean, if you're really grateful, I'll stop. I'm through, Ms. Mo. I appreciate chopping it up with y'all.
Don't nobody know who you are. They only know me. Don't worry about it. They only know me. You crazy. Well, if y'all don't have no HBCUs to contribute to, you guys can contribute to mine. And I'll make sure we do great things with it and we get the students taken care of. So I'm trying to get to 8,000 before June. Yeah, so that's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Yep. So thank you. Well, I want to love this thing yet. Thank y'all for y'all. Oh, we're gonna do that book. So make y'all sure you guys get it January the 4th. We're kicking it off. We're gonna get our little financial conversation up because we don't want to hear none of you guys talking about how bad it is in these streets.
Right quick, Mo. Did you get the Audible?
You sent me something? Okay.
Yeah.
You want to sign? Come on. I'm about to get off. Give me a second. Oh, I don't have nothing in my cash app. I have to go get where my wallet at? Give my wallet. I switched it. I'll get some. You say Messenger?
Yeah.
Where are they? Messenger. You said that's the. Oh yeah, I got it.
All right. Let me know
Wait,
if it
can
works.
this go? Oh, let me touch it right now.
Yeah.
You should. Well, I guess this is good. Oh, try for $0. Look at you. Wait, this came from this on Amazon Prime?
Yeah, I think it is linked with Amazon.
It says.
What is it?
I can
It's
hear.
like a shapeshifter or a canvas.
I can hear it.
Does it have like the multiple
No
chapters in it?
Oh, it says sample.
Oh, sample. Okay.
It's only give me 4 minutes.
But
if it's on Prime, can I sign into my Prime?
Yeah, Prime account. Yeah, you should be able to get it. Okay,
hold on. Let me try to sign in. Oh shoot! Brandon then gave me some night medication. I'm gonna
fall asleep on it.
I'm gonna get smart like y'all now.
Get smart through osmosis.
You know, I just have. You know how you go to school, so my degrees are in accounting, but you know if you don't work in the field or you be a part of it, I did, and in my career I was an auditor, so I was totally off from a lot of stuff. So I'm trying to get that financial knowledge back up that I want to actually share Okay, Brandon, it says someone signed into what? Who signed into my account? Okay. Who signed into my account? If am I signed in? I might be signed into my account.
Yeah, Miss Mo, with your background, I think you're gonna tear this. You're gonna tear this book up.
Oh yeah, I can see you loving this book.
Yep.
Yeah. The way you guys are talking. Okay, I'm already signed in, Brandon. So do I need to? Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to figure this out. Don't go nowhere. You gotta teach me something. If I'm
Do
already,
you? If you got Prime, you should be able to just get the audio book free then.
oh, y'all gonna taught me something new today. Maximize my Prime subscription.
That's it.
Okay, so I go to okay, so when I'm logged into Prime,
I think you gotta go like you about to purchase the actual hard copy, and then I think you have to go to Audible
what's the name
when
of
it
it
gives you
again?
like the selections. Yeah.
What's it? Let me see. The name of it again. Oh, money, master the game, master the game.
And yeah, he a white dude, but hey, he makes sense. You know, we got to get beyond that. If somebody got a good idea, ain't no reason we can't vet the information.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't concerned with they talking about in the YouTube streets.
What one of my professors back in the day, black professor, he said, you know how white people get rich? They had the good information in books.
Uh-huh.
Boom.
And I was like, dude, that's right.
They can say they want. They can stay on that side of the coin. I'm gonna be getting my.
Nah.
I'm about to get my
Well,
dollars right in the right places while they be over here.
well, here's the thing. If he's wrong, then we can come together and write something, refute him, and then we making a contribution to the knowledge base.
Right.
You know, he
Mhm.
said you should have went left when you should have went right, or vice versa. And
Okay, I think
that's good.
I'm in the wrong section of what I'm doing. Must be.
You on your phone
You
or you
can't.
on
So audio subscription, audio description. Okay, let me try that. I'm on my phone. I should be on the computer.
well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you is there any information showing that you don't want to be shown.
No, I'm not gonna get on Prime. Hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna sign in so y'all can walk me through it. Nothing going on but the rant. Let's see. Time to get that knowledge up. Can't be messing around.
No, you're right. It's time to make some new traditions.
Yeah. Listen, I didn't share enough business information for the last from 2016 to now in government contract. Y'all better go in the archives.
I told you if you snippet some of your videos you got, I bet you get a bigger audience.
Mm-hmm.
Just start doing a whole bunch of little snippets.
Yeah, like just pack for information. If
Yeah.
it's like 3 minutes or 4 minutes long, just snip it or do it as like a short.
This is right here, you guys.
That's the Audible.
I don't know. This article right here. Oh, it
Yeah.
says with the trial though. Why I don't get the full thing?
I don't
The
know,
full
but
thing.
do you have a Prime account? I thought
Yeah,
Audible was free.
I'm in. Should I go? Wait a minute. So I'm in my Prime. I'm in Amazon.
Yeah, click on Audible.
Yeah, I did.
It brought
See,
it.
give me a
Click it up.
sample. Click it right here.
Yeah, click that again. See what happens.
Nothing. It over here it says included with free trial. It says 2 free audibles, audio books are
A
waiting.
month.
Oh, okay. So you
I
have to
think
go to Audible then. I think.
Oh, so you saying I don't have it?
No, it says you got 2 of them waiting. So you got 2 credits that are waiting for you.
Oh, so I need to click it.
No, don't buy it
Don't click
now
it.
because you got 3 of them. So you have to
Yeah,
go to
got it.
audible.com.
Oh, audible.com.
Yeah. I think you have to type in, is it the same password? Audible book.
Audiblebook.com.
It should be audible, but
Audible.com.
yeah.
Download books. Educated sister. Oh, this one.
There go
Oh,
your
right
prime
here.
right there.
Oh, it still says it has a subscription.
Go up and sign in like you sign in
Sign
into
in.
Amazon.
Okay. Let me pause it. Sign in. Got free amenities and I don't even know it.
No, they email me every month. Say you got free Audible books, but I never went through and got them.
See, I got 0 credits.
You get 0 credits.
Mm.
All right. Give me probably like, I was like a half an hour, see if I got it on my other one, and I'll see your website of like a free Audible. Not an Audible, but like a thing. I don't know if you want that or if you want to do
The
this way.
subscription doesn't matter. I'm just trying to see. Maybe
Were you able to click on the
You
prime link?
let me go back. Oh, it wasn't a link.
What's that then? It says if you get 2.
Oh, let me go back because maybe I'm doing something. No, that's what it said. That if you subscribe, maybe y'all grandfathered in or something. Maybe you did some difference.
No, I probably wasn't reading the whole thing. I was just under the assumption that you got a couple of free books, audio books every month with Amazon Prime.
I'm gonna click
Oh,
Prime.
go back. Wait a minute, go back.
Go back.
Yeah. And then click on start the free trial.
Mm-hmm. Just don't want to charge on the 21st. Oh, he's. Mm-hmm.
Click on begin free trial. Or no, you have to put in a credit card, I'm guessing.
No, my card is already in.
It should be free though. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Is it a Prime?
If you get, well, let me go back. Uh-oh, what happened? Yeah, I have Prime. You think my subscription is? I need to change my subscription.
Nah, go
Mm-mm.
go back. Go back to the Audible thing, and then just click begin.
The Audible.
Yeah, or click forward.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. So this is what I was signed in. I signed in at.
Well, I know that Thursday night football worked out for me. I got that free. So
Yeah, I could get on
but I never did a Audible book.
Hey, go back to type it back in. Money Master the Game.
In this one? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the type of Prime subscription.
Nah, well, you already paying $14.95 a month for the Prime, right?
Yeah. Well, let me look at my subscription. Wait a minute. Count details. Where is it? Let's see. Where does it have your trying to no. Let me go to settings. Type of subscriptions do I have? Maybe I should have the Prime. Amazon Prime. Orders, purchase, Kindle Unlimited. I guess would that be the same thing? Let me see membership and subscriptions. Yeah, I got Amazon Prime. It renews on It renews. Okay, wait a minute, Brandon. It renews on the 22nd, which is tomorrow. Paramount. Is this my Amazon Prime? I'm still paying for stuff. Okay. So it renews on the 22nd. So I do have Prime.
You still get the screen up or what now?
Let's see. Oh, no, hold on. So this is my Prime Hub. Manage membership. I wonder if so these are things I could watch. Yep. That's I pay for it.
All right. Yeah, go like when you was trying to get the actual book itself.
Go back and like I was gonna buy it.
Yeah.
What is it called? Money.
Money Master the Game.
Oh, let me go. Oh, it still got the free trial thing.
No, it says join now. Click that one.
Join. It's still gonna be a trial.
Should be added on though.
See?
Try Audible for free. Is it additional?
Additional $14. Mm-hmm.
Is
yeah.
No, here you go, Ms. Mo. You'll get a 30 days free, and then after that it'll be $5, $5.95 a month.
For the first 4 months.
Right. Then it'll probably go up to 14. I don't read that
14.
much. So.
Right.
He talking about I don't read that much.
No, he's not lying. I mean, like I'll get a book.
Oh my God. Been and gave all my money away fooling around with y'all.
No, but I'm just saying you can cut it down. You shut it down. You shut it off on day 29, or
you cancel. It says cancel at any time right there.
Right.
Yep. We're gonna be done. We're gonna be done reading, and we're gonna be done reading in 29 days.
I've already told you that about 600 pages. So.
But the thing about it is though, like these pages though,
and to listen to a chapter a night.
No, it's that involved like with this book. Like you'll sit down, you'll read like 4 or 5 pages, and you'll look up. You're like, oh, I'm on 200 right now.
Yeah.
When your initial thought was to finish page 15.
Well, I'll subscribe because I'm gonna I'll do it for like first 3 months or so. I'll make a contribution. I always need a tax write-off.
I'm saying, well, you got the PDF. I mean, the book is good. I won't lie. It's been good to me.
I know. I hear y'all talking. I'm jealous.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Go to the PDF. Go back to the PDF.
Go to the PDF.
Yeah, I don't know if you want his voice, but let's see if this trick works.
I forgot. How did I do that PDF? Hold on, let me close this stuff out. Oh, right here. Oh, I didn't down. Did I download it?
You did download. It should be in your computer.
Oh my. Okay.
Wait, can you open that PDF up in like an iBooks and have the iBooks read it to you?
Yeah, I'll see if that worked.
I didn't download it.
You didn't? I thought you did.
Hold on, let me
I
put
thought
it
you
in paper.
did.
You told me not to download it until something. I think I don't see it.
Type in PDF.
Yeah, I didn't download it.
All right. Try it again. Download it again.
Let me make sure because I didn't. I would have saw it. Oh Lord, all this stuff I got going on. Nope, it's not there. I thought we had opened it, huh? It would have opened up. Hold on, let me check these tabs. Let me close them out. What's going on with this little dog? Was this it?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, download right there next to the printer.
Okay. Could have just bookmarked it.
Oh. But
And
no,
then-
you got the book right there, though, Ms. Mo. So
Yeah,
the,
that's
true.
the audible was for your sleep aid.
Yeah, that was my sleep aid. But what's the what did you say just a second ago in reference to something you said PDF read or something?
Yeah, like iBooks. If you open it up in iBooks,
I got iBooks. Let me see. Oh, I do got
it
iBooks.
should be.
Hold on. Somewhere right here. Right here. Damn. Oh, I gotta what I gotta do is so I need to add it to this.
Yeah,
try-
you add it to
try-
that. But if not, if that don't work, then I know they got some apps it's an app out there called Natural Reader, but I think
Yeah.
you have to pay for that.
How do I
You
add
can
it?
drag and drop it. Yeah.
Drag and drop?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see where is that.
Before you do that, go back to that PDF and click on those three dots.
What PDF? The one that I just set up?
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah. Nah, it doesn't have it on there. Let's see.
Drag and drop. Hold on, let me move it over some. Boy, you be typing fast, Brandon. Good God.
Hey, that's that millennial trait,
For
Gen
real.
Gen Z trait.
Hey, all you heard is hey, look, Price. All you heard is I'm like, good God.
Hey,
You heard
that's
all that.
evolution.
I heard
that's
all that.
evolution.
You heard all that, right? I ain't typing number 3 letters.
Here we go. This iBook. I don't hear no I don't see no audio stuff right here.
You should.
Okay.
It's okay.
It was a thought. Hey, I'm trying to keep it as economically sound.
Well, at least I'm not gonna lose it. It's in my iBook
Yeah.
now. It's my iBook. I forget what happened to it and everything. I was trying to figure out some, there is a free audio something I ran across, and you put the PDF in it and it'll read it for you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Audio, no PDF to audio. Free reader. We want free.
Look, yeah, it ain't no pressure on me. See, I'm done with the book. I'm trying to help you catch up. So
I'm trying to catch up. You see how he throw me under the bus, Brandon? Oh my God. I can't. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? Well, that's all right. You can commentate on when we start on January 4th.
No, I'm a student. I ain't got nothing but opinions.
For Android. You fired. You fired already. We ain't even started.
Man, when you start, I lost the job already.
They lost the job. They lost the job. It's horrible. Just see right here. Yeah, so now how I put the PDF right there. Whenever I drag it in there. Did it go?
Top right, top left.
Top
You
left
got
of
like a
what?
little upload.
Close out all these ads.
Oh no, that's it right there.
Do I gotta add an extension? Oh, you gotta sign in. Let me see if it's free. You gotta sign up. Oh,
Was
Lord,
it
you gotta go.
Marquise gave us an extension one
He
time
did.
ago.
He did. What Marquis said in these streets? Marquis.
Hey, where that brother at, man? I ain't heard from him in a while.
Yeah, he's making millions.
Yep.
Well,
Marquis
hey,
probably on. He probably on Clubhouse.
Oh, keep his head down then. If he making money, don't come up. We ain't doing nothing.
Right.
So we ain't doing that. Oh God. I ain't fooling with you today. Hold on. Let me find my document. Where the hell it go? I just had it. Oh my God. There you go. All
We
right.
heard from brother Sonny. When the last time? When we chop it up in the chat in the Facebook.
Sonny in the cut somewhere. Oh, why am I doing all this? And I just downloaded Audible. It just said your journey starts now. You got 1 credit. What am I doing? Let me go back here. Hold on. Y'all done taught a sister something.
Well, that's good, Miss Mo, because you always dropping nuggets for us. Well, for me, I can't speak for Brother Brandon.
No,
so
always. Like sometimes I just sit back and amazed, like how much you like information you retain on taxes. I was like, ain't no damn way in the world I would have studied this long about taxes.
Well, you remember my background is accounting.
Yeah.
And I have to when you're in the bit when you working for a business at our magnitude, you got no choice. You better learn it. You better learn this, and I have to get real deep engulfed in it now because we make it too much. So you gotta find ways. You gotta find ways to at least try to, how they say the bank make money off your money.
Yeah.
So we trying to make money off my money before they get it.
Exactly.
But the more I dig into it, it seems like, hey, the interest. Well, that's why I was asking the question about, when this tax, are we getting double tax? So the money you're gonna make off of it. So it's like you can put your money away and they still gonna tax the interest and the dividend, but it's just a lower rate.
Oh well, Uncle Sam gonna get his. It's nowhere around that. Trust me, I've been looking for years. He's
getting
at the head of the line.
Yeah. So if you make some money from it, so basically, what I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around is the fact that you're gonna make some money, and the money it's gonna look good if you keep it in the asset. But boy, if you got to take some of it out, then that money is gonna be taxed. So everything you profit, 30% of that, 40% of that depends on how
Miss
much.
Mo, it's deeper than that though, sis. Think about if you got somebody managing it for you, and number one, their record ain't even that good, just versus the legacy markets. They putting fees on there, and every time they do a trade, guess what? There's a fee coming along with that, and it's a capital gains tax coming along with that. How long the maturity of the asset determines what that rate on the capital gains tax gonna be. But they constantly talking about, we change the directions of the fund. Boom, boom. They in and out of stuff. And that's the fine print that people sign up for. And, we so happy just to be in the market that, hey, man, we don't care. But you're losing out when you do the compounded interest. It costs you thousands of dollars.
Wait, repeat that last line. You say we losing out when we do the investment piece of it?
When somebody manages your fund for you, somebody that goes
yeah.
out,
Got you.
yeah,
I got you.
it's
Yeah,
not just the fees, it's
that's why I
tax
want to do this.
liabilities.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, when you read the book, you're going to catch on to it real quick. And you're going to be like, dang, he right. That's all you can say. Man, he right. If you just stop and do the math, and we be operating in the now when it comes to that money, but we need to be looking down the road on what's the total cost.
That's what I was saying probably 2 months ago. It's beneficial for you to keep your own investments in your own hand, create your own vehicle, like a Roth IRA, like you was talking about, Mo, where it's tax deferred upfront, and you can trade right out of that. You can implement your own assets in there and move them around how you want to. Put in real estate REITs, pull in, options, play stocks, have a big basket of some type of diversification, and just keep it running. Now, if you code with it, you get a certain like bracket amount. You can actually pull some of that money out that doesn't really hurt that 10% of how you get taxed. Pull enough of it out, including the 10% out, and start you another investment vehicle of some sort. So like a business or real estate or a car wash, or even start you another fund, a different brokerage, and do that all over again. And it doesn't have to be like a $500,000 or $100,000, $100,000. It can be something simply as like 75,000 or 50,000.
You said put it in you said put it in different brokerage accounts.
Yeah, put it in a different brokerage account, start it all over again. What's so nice about that is you already have the blueprint in that one the other brokerage account that you have. So let's say you have 200,000 hypothetically, or whatever. Really, 200,000 is a reasonable amount for somebody at 75 or 80, 85 years old. You take out a certain percentage of it. That's like 10%, because that's what you're gonna get taxed on if you take that money out. Not at 85, but like before the 95, 95 and a half age, or whatever. You take 50 out or 75 out, you put it towards another investment vehicle, like another brokerage. Well, you pretty much don't have to worry about the blueprint because you already got the blueprint in your previous account with the actual, options, taxes, REITs. The only thing you're doing is just retweaking it, tweaking it. And of course, the market's not going to be the same. But yet again, if you still keep that same metrics or them same ideas of, okay, the market is shifting a little bit, it's going up. All right, let me learn these stuff from Tony Robinson. So learn what he's implementing, or learning what he interviewed from these other hedge fund managers, and implement it into your strategy. That 75 in the next 5, probably 10 years could be like another 100,000, or up to $1 million. It depends on your strategy, and that's another thing I think we spoke about today: strategy.
And you
in this book, I'm sorry.
And you get taxed on 100,000 because the 50 has already been taxed, right?
Right, because you hit that pinnacle stage of that 95 and a half. Well, you really don't get taxed. You don't get taxed on at 10%. They only talk about if you take it out before age 95 and a half is when you get taxed for 10%. You can take the whole money out. I think that's even a better strategy. Take your whole money out, get you a check, put some of that money back into the actual brokerage. If this is making sense a little bit, put it back into the brokerage, start trading it if you feel comfortable in trading it, or save it up for your kids, family, whoever, and take a percentage of that money or another amount that you feel comfortable investing into another vehicle, and have that as your money coming in the mail. Your what do they call it? I don't know if you heard the term, the FU money. And just have that come in constantly. It's ways that you got to think about utilizing this money. Like my brother Price said, hey, I got military money coming in after this. Bro, that's dope. nobody's gonna have an actual second stream of income coming in out of nowhere. And I'm starting to hate myself now. Like, oh, you didn't join the military. And then my cousin keep throwing it in my face. You ain't gonna have that second income. I was like, yeah, I know, but I'm doing something that you ain't. You got, I'm using my money to invest. So when you ask me to invest something for you, I'm gonna charge you a fee like family.
There you go.
There you go, bro. Right there.
Yeah.
But like it's always a constant thing that you always got to keep thinking about. Like, how can I take this and flip that? I hate the word flipping because that entitles,
Duplicate
oh yeah,
or
duplicate. Yeah, I like that. I like that
passive
better.
income.
Yeah.
Hey, don't be mad at Flip. That's our lingo, bro. That
I,
it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, let's
no,
flip it, baby.
yeah, it's not. But like when I talk to certain people and I say flip back, like this underlying this thing look on their face like, what do you mean? What do you mean flip? You like dude, whatever. You know what I meant. And it be my own black people. They give
Yeah,
me
don't
this look.
talk
I
to
was like, bro, get the hell on.
don't talk to them. You can talk to us.
Well, here go the thing, Brandon. Yeah, on Wall Street they say duplicate, replicate, blah 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 blah. But Flip, it kind of points back to the origin of this Zoom. Flip, that's our language. We know what flip means. It just
Yeah,
happened to have negative connotations. But
right.
when you start saying that, okay, here's flip, and it's between the lines, and this is how you flip it to keep the man off you. When you start putting it in full context, because we may have some friends or family members when we say duplicate, replicate, they're not gonna really grasp what that means.
Right.
But we know what double up and all that means. So, hey, bro, I mean, that's our language. That's the modern day metaneta. So
Hey, let's listen
yeah,
to this little clip. Hold on, I'm gonna have to. I ain't gonna be able to play it. This is some of the money master thingy. Hold on.
Did you sign up for it or did you log in for it?
No, it's YouTube.
No, I mean like through Audible. Did you get the book?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
To kill you, or your bank account. Fees, brokers, volatility, taxes, and hubris. In Money Master the Game, Tony Robbins has interviewed many of the best investors of our time and condensed their best advice into this book. Tony Robbins is a firm believer that in order to succeed in, anything, you need the right role models. And who better to guide you through this dangerous jungle than legends such as Carl Icahn, Paul Tudor Jones, Kyle Bass, and last but not least, Ray Dalio. Tony Robbins interviewed all of them before making this book. Let's see what he now suggests after learning from these masters. Takeaway number 1, climb the mountain of financial freedom. Picture your financial journey as a mountain climb. Much like climbing a mountain, there are 2 different phases in acquiring wealth. The accumulation phase, in which you are putting away money and investing it in order to build a critical mass, and a decumulation phase, during which you are withdrawing money. There are 5 levels of financial freedom. Imagine the peak of the mountain as the absolute pinnacle of wealth building, and the other ones as base camps along the way. For instance, financial security is achieved when you've built a critical mass, or in other words, a portfolio, which can support and pay for all the necessities in your life, such as food, housing, and utilities. Financial independence is reached when your passive income can support your current lifestyle. And the pinnacle, absolute financial freedom, is reached when your ultimate dream lifestyle is supported by investment income. I encourage you to calculate how much you would need to accumulate in order to, for example, reach financial independence. Clarity is power. When your brain knows a real number, your conscious mind will find a way to take you there, as stated in Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. Multiply your current monthly expenses by 12, and then multiply that number by 20, and you'll get a rough estimate of how much money you need to reach financial independence.
Now we need a plan. Reaching this number won't happen by accident. The man on top of the mountain didn't fall there. Takeaway number 2, speeding it up, reaching the peak faster. To start your financial journey, you must make the decision to no longer be only a consumer. You must also be an owner or an investor. This is how anyone with the right guidance can climb that mountain mentioned before. Here are 5 advice on how to speed up your climb. 1. Save more. We've heard it all before. The most important part to reach financial freedom is to pay yourself first. It's not about what you earn, it's about what you keep. Tony Robbins suggests that the best way to save is when you don't see the money in the first place. With every increase in earnings that you get, save a predefined slice of that. This way, you'll never get accustomed to the additional income. 2. Earn more. On the other hand, there's always a limit to how much you can save. But the upside, it is limitless. The secret to earning more is to do more for others than anyone else is doing. You don't get paid for your time. You get paid for how much value you contribute with some exceptions, apparently. A McDonald's crew member in Sweden is paid approximately $12 per hour, while one of the more well-paid in Sweden last year, Stefan Persson, earned a guesstimated $240,000 per hour from the dividends of his company H&M alone. 3. Reduce fees and taxes. Fees and taxes are like making the ascent to the top with a huge and heavy backpack. You think that small percentages don't make much of a difference, but over time, they really do. To reduce fees, invest in products that are passively managed, primarily. You are obliged to pay your taxes, but no one says that you've got to leave a tip, so minimize this expense. In general, use tax-deferred accounts such as a Roth IRA and tax harvesting.
One of our goals is to
So I'm almost on the right track. It's on a commercial.
But you see how you said
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Does that tone?
You talking about use deferred accounts like the IRA and tax harvesting?
I was gonna say that again.
What were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say see how you said use that vehicle as far as the Roth IRA.
Yeah. And tax deferred accounts.
Yeah.
Back up.
Boom.
Tax harvesting. That's a tax deferred account. That's the one. So I'm on the right track with the Roth IRA, and then I just gotta get this tax harvesting thing down.
No, you can do that through your TD Ameritrade, Miss Mo.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to set up. I'm trying to make sure I set it up right. Because I want to be able to get the dividends. If I get the dividends flowing, I keep the funding, and I want to, because I want to set up a trust, but I want to make sure it's all set up right, you know?
Right.
Miss Mo, I would say read the book first. I hear your intentions on the trust, and I feel where you're coming from. But
read the book. Don't say nothing else.
Yeah.
Read the book.
Yeah, I mean, because it's gonna bring you some perspective on what you want to do.
Okay.
And we have a tendency to just want to spread everything here, there, then we end up too thin when we need to be massing and then transforming. That's a huge takeaway from the book. I mean, you're not at trust years yet. That's all I'm saying. That's in my opinion.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question because this is for a friend of mine. What about when you getting lump sum payments?
When you
What
say
question?
lump sum payments, what do you mean?
What about when you getting settlements?
All right, so the
Oh
question
man,
becomes, how well can you control yourself these lump sum payments? Are you spending the whole lump sum at one time, or
Yeah,
are you
well,
spending
no,
like a fraction of it, or
no, not talking about spending. I'm talking about where to put it. Is that trust level?
oh no, I don't think so because hear me out. I don't know if you got to this part yet, Mr. Brandon, but he kind of speaks to that. What's best if somebody got a lump sum of money?
mm-hmm.
It's almost it's talking about the DCA concept. So, and I think what he ended up saying was that the best approach is still the DCA. But I had to go back and revisit that section. You're gonna run into that, bro, Brandon, and hit me back if I'm jacking this up.
You talk
But
about
it's
dollar
just
cost
saying like,
averaging?
yeah, somebody hit the lottery. Do they just take everything and then go set everything up, or is the best approach is just ease into it? And what I took away from that is that the economic cycle is so fluid that he didn't say that you can't do it that way,
Right,
but you still want to just ease into this and ease into that.
right. And then my personal opinion, I think it's a certain time and a place to do that. Like you said, the DCA. If you DCA on a down market, going to swinging up to upward market, because we know right now the market is going down. It's not. I mean, if you have that mindset to DCA in a down market, you know where to hit certain targets at. Yeah, it's beneficial if you do that, but just to take a certain lump sum and put it in the middle of a downward market doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So,
Thank you, bro.
so if someone wins the lottery, so until the market gets back into a bullish fashion, they should, I guess, park it in like a money market, a CD. What are we saying?
Well, I
Myself,
mean, that's not. Well, go ahead, Mr. Brandon. I come up behind you, bro.
no, I was gonna say, if anything, just hold the cash. I mean, holding cash, there's nothing wrong with holding cash. If you do get a lump sum, if you need it, I mean, obviously you can't put it in a bank account because the FDIC has a limit on how much you can put in an actual bank account.
Right.
And then I think it's insured what like $250,000. So only place to put money like that is into a brokerage account, or over several brokerage accounts that has like a high insurance policy on it, or a different insurance policy on it that get handled that lot those lottery winnings over different accounts. But there's nothing wrong with holding cash. I mean, and then again, if you want a DCA, but yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with holding cash. My fault, first.
No, I want to piggyback right where you left off, Mr. Brandon, and give an example. And let's think about where we be at in the market cycle, Ms. Mo. When we got high inflation, equities don't do good. Everybody wants cash, commodities, and precious metals, or some type of treasury bond. So think about what we just went through back in the fall and September. Everybody was talking about, oh, I'm holding cash. I'm holding cash. People switch their portfolios 70-30, 70% cash. DXY was really ripping. And I give you a prime example. I got a good friend of mine that came into some money, and he just was continuing to do business. And he went to the bank one day, and the lady looked at his account and said, hey, let me tell you about this account. Instead of just having this savings account, won't you do this money market? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
with Brandon on that. That
That's what I'm
you
saying.
you
So
can sit.
you put it in a money market or CD, or
I'm not a fan of CDs. I would just do the money market. And think about where we at now. We just talked about the Fed went and raised interest rates 0.5%, and you had the 2-year and the daily rate or the Fed rate was almost equal. I don't know where it's at now. I haven't looked in the last several days, but what I'm saying is that I could get just as much money at a certain level on a day, I can get this. What we at now? 4.5 or 5% or whatever,
I
or
think
in
5.
the 2 year. You know, I can get the same rate in 24 hours than the guy waiting 2 years for that money.
Yep.
So it lines up with the cycle that I don't have to get that money. That's a problem with us, is that we're not used to having money, that we get nervous. We either gonna spend it or we just gonna make poor decisions.
4.5, 4.25 right now for the
That's
2 year.
Yeah,
That's money market.
No, that's the 2 year.
Oh,
that's the 2 year.
Yeah.
It's 4.25, and I can't remember what the federal fund rate. It's got to be close to that. It's either 4 or 450 or whatever. But we at a crossroad where they either, you know, and what they're saying is that in 2 years I'm gonna give you 4% on this thing. But right now, the going rate, the Fed rate is in 24 hours between bank to bank is the same rate or better.
okay. Let's see. Got a few more minutes. Let's finish it up.
You've got to leave a tip. So minimize this expense. In general, use tax-deferred accounts such as a Roth IRA and tax harvesting. 4. Get better returns. Among the investors that Tony Robbins talked to when writing Money Master the Game, 4 principles were dominant. Don't lose. Risk a little to make a lot. Diversify. And never stop learning. For more of a deep dive on how to get better returns, watch my summary of, for instance, common stocks and uncommon profits. 5. Change your life and lifestyle. Compared to this one major decision, every saving effort is kind of like being penny wise and pound foolish. It's the decision of where to live. If you are a US citizen, income taxes between states can differ a lot. But consider what living in another country would cost as well. According to worlddata.info, living in Sweden, for example, is 5% more expensive than living in the US, while living in the Philippines is about 60% cheaper, and living in India costs only about 1/3 of what it does in the US. Takeaway number 3, the all seasons portfolio. Complexity is the enemy of execution, and execution trumps knowledge every day of the week. Therefore, most investors need an asset allocation in their portfolio that is simple to understand as well as simple to implement. The All Seasons portfolio by Ray Dalio fulfills this. Not only does it protect you from any potential economic environment, but it also protects you from yourself. When Tony Robbins' team of analysts backtested this portfolio between 1984 and 2013, they got the following results. 9.72% annual returns, net of fees. Made money in 86% of the years. The worst drawdown, which was in 2008, was minus 3.93%. I think most people can stick to an asset allocation strategy that lost only 3.93% maximum during 1 year. Now, how does it work? According to Ray Dalio, there are 4 different types of economic climates, depending on the growth of the economy and the current inflation. Different assets perform relatively better during different conditions. We can't anticipate what will happen in the future in the market, but if we invest so that 25% of the risk of our portfolio belongs in each of these quadrants, we don't really care what the future holds for us, because we will thrive no matter what. To achieve this allocation, Ray Dalio suggests 40% long-term US bonds, 30% stocks, 15% intermediate US bonds, 7.5% gold, 7.5% commodities. The All Seasons portfolio gives you one of the highest probabilities of having a smooth climb to the top of the financial freedom mountain. Takeaway number 4. Income is the outcome. All in Anthony has been investing 100% of his savings into stocks during the last decade, and he's now reached the age of 65 and is about to retire. He's been able to save $500,000, which is a little bit more than he'll need to retire comfortably, especially if the market keeps advancing in his favor. Unfortunately for All in Anthony, it's the end of the year 2000. Just 2 years and a half into retirement, All in Anthony has already lost more than half of the value of his retirement portfolio, and withdrawing money while the market has been down has increased the damage done. Unfortunately, the bills of Anthony don't seem to respect that. Here's an issue that most people will face when retirement is closing in. They've advanced to a certain level on the mountain of freedom, probably financial independence. But when it's time to put on the skis and enjoy the slope on the way back down, market fluctuations will have a significant impact on their ride. On the way back down, it's not assets, but income that is of the greatest importance. Therefore, Tony Robbins suggests that if you want a smooth ride, you may want to consider a product such as an annuity. An annuity is a risk management tool, not an investment. It's simply an agreement between an insurance company and yourself that you pay them a lump sum. In Anthony's case, it would be the 500,000, and in return, they'll pay you an income, often until you die. What are the pros of an annuity? It pays a steady income stream, and it's higher than you can expect from any fixed income security. You'll retire comfortably with a known and guaranteed income. It lasts until you die. You can't outlive this income. And what are the cons? A guarantee is never better than the guarantor. You may want to diversify across several insurance companies. If you die early, you've made a bad deal, so to speak, as any payments that you miss out on will go to the insurance company. This is also the reason why the income stream can be so high. Essentially, the insurance company is pooling your annuity together with others and betting on an average mortality rate. But since you are dead anyways, that doesn't really matter, does it? Takeaway number 5. 3 ways to buy happiness. All right, no, that is probably not how it works. However, here are 3 ways to spend your money that have been scientifically proven, according to the book Happy Money, The Science of Smarter Spending, to improve well-being. 1. Investing in experiences. Rather than acquiring more possessions, go travel or learn a new skill. 2. Buying time for yourself. Money can transform how we spend our time, from doing tasks that we may dread to pursuing our passions. 3. Investing in others. Giving money away actually makes us happier, and moreover, it creates the feeling of abundance, which may, ironically, have a net positive effect on how much money that you'll accumulate in the end. Note that it's not necessarily the amount of money that you spend that matters here, but rather how you decide to spend it. So, calculate your numbers and start climbing towards your financial freedom goals. Speed up the ascent by, among other things, saving a part of every salary increase, creating more value, and managing fees and taxes. The all seasons portfolio will give you a smooth climb. Annuities will give you a smooth ride. Money can buy happiness, but it's a matter of how you spend it, not necessarily how much of it that you spend. Cheers.
All right. I'm ready. Y'all got me excited. Y'all got me excited. I'm ready. Let's send this thing. Oh, what happened to my?
He kind of tapped on into some of your stuff, Ms. Mo, about the annuity and everything. But
Well, yeah, I see what he's saying about it.
you just got to put it in perspective on what you're trying to accomplish. Know where you want to go, and just don't be all over the map with it.
Yeah, so I kind of narrowed it down. Roth IRA, some dividend stock, some bonds if I could get a few. I think you can only get up to in that I bond, that 6.8% I bond. You can only put up to 10,000 in that, right? I think I saw.
Yeah, I went on and just discounted that. But here's the thought. Vanguard has a bond fund. I mean, they have a bond ETF. So just let them handle that.
Vanguard.
Or yeah, Vanguard. I'm partial to Vanguard. I like that. I like that product. But it's other ETFs out there. But that's what I roll with, the VTIs, the VOOs.
Mm-hmm.
And
they how yours did? I got those in my M1, and I was like, ooh, okay. I didn't lose. I'm like maybe 2 cents or so, but it definitely, that percentage last year was, I think, like 35%.
Yeah, but I had it was a little crazy. Like I said, I've been trying to learn these bonds, and I mean the brothers here between Brendan and Marquise, they enlightened me a little bit, just encourage me. But I mean, when we're looking at what's been going on, it's kind of hard to really evaluate. So I think I just diversify a little bit of bond, a little bit of equity, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and spread it out. That's something else you're gonna read in there about diversifying. Just let it ride and rebalance.
Right.
Quick question, Brother Price. Do you have 2 accounts? Like one for trading, or you just all invested or long term?
The only thing I really trade is crypto. I trade that. I do a swing here or there. Okay. You guys, I don't know if you got to the section when he was talking to Ray Dalio, but when he was talking about his secret sauce for the all season plan, and he didn't want to give it because he said his product, I mean, the blueprint that he gave is a good one, but he said, hey, he does a little leverage here and there. And you guys been really, teaching me about, hey, about the cover calls and the puts. I know y'all do a lot of puts and calls. And to me, that's the secret sauce that, y'all want to read. Whoever read this book that's in this group, and based on, how this group does the options, they're going to be able to even maximize that even better from that all season plan. But yeah, long story short, I just do the trades on the crypto, and I haven't even been doing that. I just been stacking paper and working on these portfolios.
100%. Yeah, because I was going to ask you, as far as like the long term, did you say you had bonds in it? Because now I'm looking more towards bonds and trying to get a clearer understanding of like municipal bonds, like corporate bonds, like what Marquise told us a while back.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I don't understand, I said, hey, I need some bonds, but I don't know bonds, so let me just do the bond ETF.
Right.
And the bond ETF is Vanguard's bond. I had to go back and I had to pull that out. I loaded in the chat though on what their ETF bond is, and theirs is like a composite of like some 90 days, some 2 years, and I'm still on the fence about that because just the way the Fed rate is going. But
right. Oh, I mean, like right now, I would stay out of bonds right now, but like, I would definitely have another mix. mix of investment vehicles to jump like a half at the ready. Like, would you integrate health insurance?
See, me and you thinking alike, brother Brandon, because that was my point there. I really don't trust that. Even though, you got all these guys who had this great track record. And because I don't understand the bonds,
Okay.
I said, then, you know what? I just assume that risk. I don't know if you got to that part yet where he said, okay, equities are 3 times more riskier than bonds. And then he came up with some number with the portfolio. I think he used the 50-50 as the example. Then he came up with a number that I just couldn't break the math down yet because I don't know the risk on how he applied that risk. Did you read that part yet?
No, I just started that chapter when he was
Okay,
going to
well,
introduce.
you'll get to that part, and maybe we'll
Okay.
talk about it at a later date. But because I couldn't understand I understand the concept he was talking, I just couldn't do the math to get to that number on why he said if I had a 50-50 portfolio, that because equities are 3 times more riskier, then I have a 95% risk with the 50-50 portfolio. And I just said, well, you know what? I'm not even worried about that. And I started putting my own twist on the thing and saying, you know what? I want to do this dividend thing. I like the dividend reinvestment profile. I like these companies I've been researching, some of the stuff that we've been talking about. And I just said, I might not even do bonds, and I'm just going to build like this. And that's kind of how I've been going. So I am deviating from the book and what these experts are saying, but I'm responsible for that. I'm accountable to that. I'm cool with that.
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean, if it's your portfolio, you do what you feel like you need to do to it. I'm just asking questions because I got to reading it and I was up then an hour and a half getting to this page. I was like, oh shit, all right, maybe Brother Price can key me in on what the next chapter is gonna be like.
Yeah.
And I got to the point where I'm started taking notes from inside the book, looking at the book like somebody crazy.
Yeah, no, me and you both, bro. I'm with you. I'm not trying to push back on you or anything. I'm just saying that, I don't have that answer, but I do have a idea. I guess I added to my risk when I'm ready to deviate from the plan. But if I was to stay with the plan, I would just I would go with like an ETF on the bonds. I am not well, I've already told you guys, I am not
Trader.
I'm not up to par on those bonds.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the bond section, I think I'm gonna go see if I can do commodities. I mean, I think it comes down to what are you comfortable with too, trading. I mean, yeah, bonds are high risk right now, but later on, will they stabilize enough where, we'll see a steady stream of liquidity into the bonds at a safer, yield.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not a bad thought though, bro. When you think about his winter, with the situation going over there in Europe with the energy, that energy sector doing what it's doing, commodities. I mean, hey, all them guys he interviewed, they did their thing based on what they thought, and they was accountable or they was open to whatever risk of their conviction. And I think we need to be moving the same way.
Yep. On that note, then.
All right, Miss Mo, we're gonna let you go.
Y'all got me
excited.
Y'all got me excited. Oh no. You guys can go if you want to. No.
On that note.
No, you guys can communicate if you want to. I'm over here putting me a flyer together for the book study. We're
gonna do that, but you got to get Brother Marquise back up in here. Tell him to come up and talk to the paupers and schoolers on these bonds.
Okay, I'm gonna see where he at. All you gotta do is summon some here. No,
I mean, you'll see it in the book. It's an issue. interesting part talking about risk, but he just don't get into how to calculate the risk. And I'm just one of them guys. I'm a left-handed person, and
Okay.
I need to be able to check the math to feel comfortable. I just don't get it. I still don't get it.
All right. You said he's when he's interviewing who was it again, Paul or
I think it was
Robert?
Ray Dalio with Ray Dalio with his all season portfolio.
Yeah, all season.
Yeah.
Portfolio.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't want to talk about it because he said, yeah, some of this is covered with leverage and all that. And I said, man, that's some puts and calls these guys be doing. See, you guys be talking puts and calls all day long. And I remember you, Brandon, was telling me, yeah, man, you could take your Apple and just do a covered call. And you already have an understanding on that. So you can understand how you can cover your portfolio, or at least amass your portfolio. And then based on whatever the season is, decide what direction on how to protect that portfolio. You know, because at the end of the day, one of the things you probably, I don't know if you got to that part yet, but periodically we always supposed to come back and rebalance that thing. So,
100%. Well, I just found out what Warren Buffett does cover calls for some of his strategies.
Yeah. But yeah, we definitely chop it up more, bro. I mean, you guys have helped me so much. You know, I told y'all I was excited just to find y'all, and y'all be, you know, y'all be decoding stuff and giving me perspective on a lot of stuff.
Oh man, no problem. Oh, you still sleepy?
I'm not sleeping. I'm talking to Sherry. Y'all could go. I'm listening.
Oh.
I'm putting the flyer together. I tell y'all, I'm serious about that thing. We about to do this study.
Hey, Miss Noah, it's a good book. You know, I think Brother Brandon would attest to the same. I gained a lot of insight from it, and just I'm going to break open this next one and start reading it.
If anything, Mo, I think you should also buy the book if you can.
Need a breakdown? Yeah, I'm gonna buy the book. Hold on, Cheryl. I'm gonna buy the hard copy. That deserves to go on the shelf. Yeah. And that YouTube clip I just pulled, that's the whole audio. I said, man,
is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna cancel that subscription. Yeah, that 20-hour, not the one I just played, the one I just sent it to my boyfriend. Is on YouTube. It's like 20 hours long.
Well, you know what? But you done already started the subscription. You might as well use that, Ms. Mo, at least for 30 days.
No, I'm just saying for those individuals who don't know. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it on the YouTube chat. Yeah. Somebody look, there go. Oh, look, I told y'all. I said if you say his name, he gonna appear.
Who's that, Brother Maurice?
Marquise.
Marquise.
Jump on the panel. They looking for you.
See in the cut.
I told you if you say his name, he gonna appear.
You said he like Beetlejuice.
He
be in the cut and just listening. And then if you say his name, he put something in the chat, let you know he here.
Yeah, no, because he definitely can break the code when we get to that part talking about splitting it up and about what the bonds and what the risk is. I mean, I'm quite sure he could speak to that. But nobody really got down with the corporate municipals. All those guys I heard was doing like funds, 90-day treasury, and I'm one of maybe 2 or 10 treasuries. I go read it again, but that's. And, you know, me being who I am, say, well, you're not that good in bonds, just go and do an ETF. Anything that I ain't going to be good in, I'm just going to diversify it even further and put it on an ETF. That's that's my strategy. Or, like you say, Brandon, hey, let me just switch to a sector that I know and I'm familiar with, and I'm comfortable with the risk.
Right. No, that's facts.
Peace, power, profit, fam.
Brother Marquise, how are you, man?
What's going on, brother?
How y'all doing?
What you been up to, man?
You know, same thing. You know, in these trenches. You know, and you know, dealing with just, you know, real estate, a couple other things. You know.
Nice.
Now we was talking about bonds and your name came up.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's what's up. You know, that's the move right now. You know.
Hey, I said all you gotta do is call Marquis' name. He gonna appear.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Says you
Yeah.
cold like Beetlejuice. I was
Yeah,
like, damn.
we done already we done gave you a name, and we done call you the Dean of Bonds. You the Dean of the Bond School at the finance school. So
I mean, I wish, man. I need to become more knowledgeable on it myself. But you know, I definitely try to, you know, try to learn as much as I can about, you know, the just fixed income. You know, period. You know.
Yeah. I do have a question for you, brother. Your go-to strategy to allocate, let's say, you know, certain amount of funds that you have. What would your diversification look like?
Diversify. So you saying like if I had some capital, how would I try to invest it? Or are you saying
Like, let's say you came into like $1 million, or you hit the lottery. Like,
oh,
what
I'm
would you
buying the
do?
bonds all day.
He's buying
I'm
the bonds.
buying bonds. I'm buying the bonds. I know I'm gonna get at least, I don't know, like try to get some good I bonds right now. Get 5% a year. I'm cool with that. Off a mill. What's that off a mill? What's that like? I don't know, like 50K or something.
Yeah.
yeah, 50K is 5%
yeah.
off a meal.
Yeah, that's average wages. You know what I'm saying? I'll take that.
Well, hey, so Marquise, wait, how'd that go? Because I'm reading this book, and it said that you know the I bonds want a minimum 10K. So you just jump, hey, 10K, put me 10K on these, and whatever it guarantees your rate, and inflation goes up, you even get a premium on the rate that they guaranteed you. And stop me whenever I start messing this up. And then at the maturity date, you get to start over, cash out, or whatever.
I think you know, yeah, you will pretty much get, you know, that interest that they give you, and they will give you your capital back at the end of that, you know, that date. You know, some people like to sell them early, depending on what the bond market does or whatever situation. But yeah, I think it's like, you know, you would kind of rinse and repeat once you got your capital back. You know, if I'm not mistaken, you know. But yeah, that would definitely be my move. Other than, you know, I'll probably take that, and you know, maybe I would also maybe dabble into, you know, a little real estate or something like that. But you know, or maybe even use that capital to build some more, you know, capital, then put it into bonds. I don't know. I mean, if I had it in my hand, the first thing, no brainer, I would be, well, yeah, so to secure a certain amount of income per year, you know. But then, you know, at that point, you know, you have some other options as well. You know, some people may, you know, secure that, then take out a loan on those bonds, maybe like 60%, 70%, then use that money to do some covered calls on, you know, some legacy stuff. You know, it depends on where the market is at as well.
When you take the loan out on a bond, do you have to pay it back?
Yeah, you definitely have to pay it back. They have the bonds as collateral, of course, but you still get your interest from that bond. You know, so you would usually kind of use it. Let's say, you know, make your flip, then pay it back. You know,
Right.
But that bond is there as collateral.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got one of my homies who's really deep into that. Maybe one day I could have him, pull up, but he can definitely give you the ins and outs. He's always breaking some of the stuff down to me, even with the corporate bonds.
Oh yeah, we interested. When he gonna pull up? Get him to pull up. We interested. We gonna start.
Yeah.
We starting the year off. We starting the year. Y'all tell them the book. We gonna do the book. We gonna do Money Master the Master. Wait, did I do it?
Yeah, you saying it right.
Money Master the Game by Tony Robbins.
Okay, I've heard that before.
Yeah, Bryce and Brandon already into it. I gotta catch up.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely heard about that. Tony Robbins. I haven't really read any of his stuff myself, so I'm familiar with the name, but not some of his works.
I'm sure we get into it. Maybe you pull up like the ghost like you did today. Don't even know we talking about you like.
Bro, came out the woodworks on us.
I said, I looked at the chat. I said, there you go right there. I told y'all. He like MacGyver. He just pops up. You be like, Marquise. He be like, Marquise, where you at? And he go, peace. Put the little peace out in the chat. Let you know he out there. I said,
That's
I told
hilarious.
y'all. I told y'all he was out there.
I didn't even hear you. I just happened to see the YouTube feed. I was like, oh, they on, because I don't know. They don't usually send me. I don't be seeing when y'all go live on there, and I just downloaded Facebook again just to get back in here real quick. I didn't even have Messenger on my phone because I just was kind of going on a hiatus. Too many people messaging me,
Right,
about their problems.
Yeah, I had to hide on my I used to go live a lot on my Facebook live, and then I was like, wait a minute, y'all messing up the church's money. let me go on you. Let me go hide on YouTube with something like I was doing that to educate and attract people. I wasn't doing that for people to be messy. I was like, y'all doing too much. I'm trying to get people to make money and change their lifestyles. Y'all over here acting crazy. Anybody got time for that? They want to see the Lord. It ain't all about money. I'm like, speak for yourself, because my mortgage got to get paid.
I know that's right. That's what it is. Yeah. Especially right now, while we tighten inflation, it's really all about the money.
Yeah.
Man, it's all about your ability to be frugal as well. Like, I hope y'all being super frugal. Y'all talking about ain't about no money. I ain't spending all this on this and that.
Right.
That's that tradition we've been talking about. We need to change.
Yes. Yeah, you said it early. There's some traditions that need to be changed.
I know. That's why I was watching this Jewish person who was talking about people with anti-Semitism, and he was just saying, like, instead of calling somebody Semite, I'm going to show you how Jewish people get down, like how we actually make money. And he was talking about one of the things that they teach their children is like, if you don't, it's in one of their books, like if you don't teach your child how to make a living, that's like teaching your child how to steal.
Wow.
Whoa. I was like, that's word. We need to adopt. That's real, man. We need to adopt a lot of that. He was talking to Russell Simmons, and he was just just really breaking down some of their cultural things that they do to kind of secure the bag generationally. So and he was like, I don't take it offensive when people say that we're good at making money. I take that as a compliment, and I'm gonna tell y'all how we do it. I'm like, that's real. But that really stuck with me. I'm like, dang, like not teaching your child to make a living is the same as teaching your child to steal. I was like, wow, that hit hard. Especially in my community.
Struggle is real. So we be hiding in Clubhouse.
Not even real. I barely be on Clubhouse, man. Clubhouse kind of dead. I was just been in my craft, just trying to hone my skills, dealing with this video editing. You know what I'm saying? I've just been, practicing and have a course I've been taking, for a while, and I got pretty good at it, and just also dealing with my indicators and my algos, working with my programmer, just trying to get everything, ready and the way I like it. Trade. I'm actually in a trade right now. I'm short dollar Swiss right now, waiting on it to hit my take profit. So, I'm definitely doing that daily. I got it to the point now where I got my signals coming to Telegram, and you know what I'm saying. I just it's kind of turnkey at this point. So it's been exciting, getting to this point in my journey. Like, it's crazy. I've been working on this thing for like over a year. Spent a lot of money on it, and just learning how difficult it is to try to teach someone who don't really deal with finance like that how to build, like a indicator or a bot. So it's like I basically had to teach my programmer my methodology in order to build this, and that's been a process.
Is your Discord ready to go, or are you just still working on it?
Yeah, I have it. I just haven't really been posted in there. I got everything, ready. It was just I was trying to, get my indicator is good. I have my indicator up on MetaTrader. I probably done sold it I sold like 10 or 15 of them. So, and then I got some good feedback on it. And but I haven't put two of my other indicators up, my scanner and one of my other candle indicators. I got to put those up. I'm making videos for those right now. And but as far as for my signals, like my Telegram signals, I just wanted to make sure the kinks was worked out, because it was like sending multiple signals at the same time and kind of like bugs in it and make it spam the same stuff over and over again. So it was little stuff that I had to work out. My programmer started going through some stuff and had to go on the spiritual journey or whatever. So I didn't want to work with nobody else, because this is my code. You know what I'm saying? I can't just switch up and work with another programmer. Now I got too many people with my code out there, so I kind of had to wait on him and send him more money as inspiration. And man, it's been a journey, but we finally got mostly everything right. So I'm just I've been super excited about that.
Hey, brother Marquise,
what's going on?
Hey, so are you doing all your script? You doing it in the Pine editor on Trading View? Or are you like doing something from scratch?
MetaTrader 4, so it's written in like a C++.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Okay.
And I've been learning programming too. Like a lot of stuff I would be doing, I edit the code myself. Like, cause every time I worked on programming with him, we be on Zoom, and he's teaching me, like, we're problem solving while we're writing the code. So I'm learning a lot of the stuff. Like he's teaching me, and we're trying to problem solve and figure this out. So it's a lot of little stuff I can do by myself. Like I be changing colors and the line over here or the size of this, like little stuff. I understand, a lot of the syntax. And so after I finished my video editing course, which I'm like 75% done with, I'm going to go to like learn some C++ programming. And I've also been like studying some computer science, so I understand the hardware a little better even before I get into the coding. So, I just really been in zone.
Hey, brother, just going to extend assistance. I know I don't know C++, but I know C#, I know Java, and I know Visual Basic. And if you need a troubleshooter or some assistance with, I can assist you with that.
Oh, that's what's up.
So no charge. Yeah, not a resume or nothing. Just saying that I like what you're doing, man, and for the culture, that if I can help you in any way.
Oh, that's what's up. So I think C# is very similar to C++.
It is. It's just it's more it's more web friendly. C++ is like a foundational object oriented
Mm-hmm.
language. And but I mean, yeah, I noticed. I'm quite sure I know the syntax of C++. But then most of the stuff on the web now and Web 2.0 is made off of Java, and I know Java, and I know Visual Basic. So,
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah,
Yeah.
man, we definitely can get together on some stuff, man. I always got, ideas, and that's why I wanted to learn some of it myself, because I always have so many ideas. But I have to, go through and pay a programmer and go through this to even bring them to life. But there's a lot of simple stuff that I feel like it'd be useful that I always wanted to create.
yeah, but yeah, long as, like you say, you understand the syntax, then all you really need to do is just learn some language. Like I said, we know metadata too.
I know that's right. I know that's right.
We know better than that, boy. I can't.
Yeah, I know that's right. Yeah, like that's dope though. Like, it's very important. I think that everybody should know some, at least a language, the same way a lot of other people know two languages that they speak. Knowing computer language is going to be essential going into the future, especially with all
Bro,
this automation and stuff. Man, like, you got to make yourself competitive.
we talked about that earlier. If just talking about that's just gonna be necessary for life. We just talked, well, maybe an hour ago, but we just mentioned that's gonna be part of life.
Oh yeah, I know that's right. But it's been fun. I mean, learning it and understanding how it works. It's like I get a lot of joy out of just learning this stuff. Something new to learn. You get tired of studying, the religious books after a while. You know what I'm saying? Gotta learn something new. Something new and exciting that you can apply. Make some money.
I think that's what it boils down to. Like,
I'm with you, bro. We not
Breaking
Is that
up.
me? Oh, I have to keep breaking up. Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So,
It's Bryce breaking up.
but yeah,
I thought Brother Brendan was coming in.
oh no. I was just agreeing with Brother Marquis said. Like, it boils down to what you learn and what you can apply and how to make a dollar off of it. I mean, that sounds. I don't even want to say that sounds shallow in a sense, but it makes sense.
if you want to, whatever you want to do, it takes some capital for you to even have the freedom to do it.
Right.
So it's just essential. You know what I'm saying? It's
That's what it
essential.
is.
It doesn't have to be the you know what I'm saying, the end of the road, but that can sure enough get you started.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
You need some gas money to hop on that road,
No,
if
facts,
you want to
bro.
go
No,
anywhere.
yeah, I get it. And I don't know why my brain works like that. It just says, I guess I was like preconditioned at a early age. Oh, money ain't everything. Money ain't growing on trees.
Exactly. It's that
It was
conditioning, like that. That conditioning is like, okay, you ain't got money, but it's all right because money ain't everything.
right.
Let's worry about these other things. They more important because worrying about the money make us feel uncomfortable, and we don't like feeling uncomfortable.
Comfortable, yeah. But when you realize and you grow up, you understand, like, hold on, money's everything. You need it for this, you need it for your medicine, you need it for lights, you need to put gas in your car, you need it for this, you need it for your lady, you need it to pay your taxes. I was like, you know what? Yeah, money is everything. So I mean, I need to learn how to get a bag or make a bag.
Yeah, that money is freedom. Money is freedom. That discipline is freedom. And you need all those to get where you need to go. But yeah, I just been really, I'm kind of unplugging myself from a lot of stuff and just really focusing on, trying to become more competitive.
You said try to become competitive.
Yeah, more competitive. Just trying to, hone my skills so that I can be more competitive as a person. because you know, ain't no telling what's to come. You know what the future holds. So
No, that's facts though. Definitely facts.
No,
I
bro,
feel
that's good discipline right there.
yeah, and I don't have as much. I don't spend as much time now doing technical analysis. Like I used to spend a lot of time doing that, but that's like I don't really have to do it anymore. So I got a lot more time to work on other stuff. You know, one thing I more work on my you know my mental and my routine and my discipline, my psychology, you know, stuff like that. You know.
See what happens when you get that nerd status kicking. I'm gonna finish the little box so I can buy one.
So, but how y'all been doing? You know, in these markets, you know, it's been a lot of volatility, or just a lot of you know, kind of whipsawing. You know,
I ain't been
as of
trading.
recently.
I ain't been trading. I'm trying to get ready for 23.
I've been
I
I'm sorry,
sold
Mark,
my
go ahead.
stuff I sold my stuff is in the buying pole. I haven't made a decision yet.
Oh, so you know, trying to sit back and see where
I only have
opportunities going
Google.
to show.
I only have Google and Amazon and Moderna. Moderna went back up. And hey, did y'all get on that therapeutical stock the other day? Went from $50-something to 200 and something.
Oh, that's crazy.
That liver disease drug.
No, I ain't see that.
Y'all missed it too?
Yeah.
Somebody told me, but it was a day later. I was like, yeah, I posted it in the chat. It was let me see what it's called. It's called Madrigal, MD.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I remember seeing that.
And shoot, it's still going up. It's a 283 after hours. I was trying to see if Sunny had it did really well in its trials. Now today it announced it 300 plus million in financing events to advance that particular drug, that program. I think they've approved it. Yep. They intend to submit a new drug. Oh, they got a new drug coming up now. But I think you know that site we used to go to look to see what was on the fiduciary calendar that's coming up next? Man, they done made that a subscription site. I said about it's not free no more.
You serious?
Yeah, watch. Let me show you. I was trying to show my friend because he had sent me about that. He said, "You know about this company?" And, you know, I haven't been paying attention to the market because I've been working out in the mornings. So I haven't been paying attention. So I was like, "Oh, let me show you where to go." And honey, let's see. I guess let's see. FDA. I was like, ain't this something? FDA approval calendar. Did I go right there? I think I did. Oh, it's on this side right here. I'm gonna have to go back to that site and see if it's watch. Look. Subscription, baby.
Hell no.
Oh man.
Yep. And
So
when you
what
go
is that
to it, huh?
Is that a scanner?
For well, it shows you when the FDA approved certain drugs or what phase they in. What like when the pandemic came out, we watched all of the COVID-19 vaccine phases through here. And on the calendar, as you can see, they blocked it out. You will see all the different companies and which ones have drugs coming out soon. So they it was free. You could see all the data, but they made it a subscription. You could also see the
Here's the
earnings
thought.
for.
Okay, but they're getting that data from somewhere, right?
Yeah, well, where? That's the question. Let me see if it's on that other site that I just saw. So you can see the companies, but you can't see. So these are all the companies, but Oh, so like right here, you see how it has the stages
Uh-huh.
where they in the review. So you can see the companies, but you could have. Oh, I mean, it shows the date right here, so I'm sure we can look on this page. But you know, but it was on that other on where we had the calendar. We could see more. I think more information, but I guess we could see it on this page. I didn't look at this one, but I guess it's here too. Then and these are the
Okay,
dates.
okay. But okay, so what I'm asking, so this is not an FDA site. It's
Yeah.
it's a
Oh,
it's a,
biopharmacalist.
okay. So all I'm saying is, I guess you can go to FDA or CDC, and then when you start tapping into whatever APIs they got, that I mean, all I'm saying, they getting the information from a database somewhere on the FDA or the CDC.
Okay, maybe I go there. Okay.
On whoever, maybe even patents.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, they don't figure it out. I guess they figured out, hey man, people is coming here. We got this traffic coming to this site. Now it's time to charge. That's what they're saying.
Right. Yeah. Because they I'm sure it was getting a lot of hype. A lot of hype. Because we AE taught us this stuff, how to come over here and get information. I'm gonna look on the CDC site to see. So they blotted out a lot of stuff, but this one has the chart. But it looked like this one already. And then they made the move on earnings.
Oh man, they did a nice little round.
You see that?
Yeah.
For almost $4.30. Yeah. So, you know, it's we have to look. I'll look to see on the CDC where.
And they even got a Discord.
Where you see a Discord? Oh, for the.
Well, I just see it up top.
Oh, yeah, right here. Let's see. Let me click on
this.
Got their own Discord room. Let's see. Does it cost? Oh, they got a lot, and they online right now. Got a lot of members, so.
Wow.
I'll create one.
You don't have a Discord, Ms. Mo?
I do have a Discord. I just have to remember what it is. It's on my phone. Marquise, when Marquise did his thing, that's when I got a Discord.
Oh man, they taking this Discord. I might need to get some Discord stock. That's what I might need to be looking at.
Discord is going to replace Zoom, if you ask me.
Hey, we might need to get. Hey, Mr. Brandon still here?
Yeah, I'm still in the cut.
Hey, you might need to pull him up on that microtrend, man. What is it? Microtrend? Yeah.
Well, I'm on already. Once you said Discord got a when Mo said she got a Discord, like, hold on, let me see if they public traded.
Discord is a solid platform. I really like that platform.
The kids are on Discord a lot. I know they're making money.
Well, it started off as like a gamers platform, like the people do the Xbox and the what's the PlayStation, but no, it's beyond that now.
Oh, yeah, it's just it's like all inclusive. They got so many different features and so many different things you can do. Like it's like a lot of different social platforms put together in one. It's a little bit hard. It's a little bit difficult to manage unless you kind of got somewhat of some tech savvy to create a server and run the server and have bots on the server and all that.
Yeah, that's kind of tedious. I agree with you there, bro, Marquise. But at the end of the day, you get it set up right, you can really you can make that thing dance.
Oh yeah.
Nah, they were supposed to go IPO later this year, or the end on the back half of this year, but they didn't. I guess they didn't fall through. A lot of companies pulled out from being publicly traded.
If they find themselves in the OTC market.
real quick.
Well, I really at one point in time I thought Microsoft was going to jump on them, but then I guess COVID kind of slowed that down, and they was launching their Teams platform because Team is eating up enterprise right now.
Nah, I think they had eyes on Activision
Oh,
because they
okay.
got big money. Like Microsoft got money. Like
Yeah.
and they're close to Apple almost.
Yeah, Microsoft got big money. All right. Y'all, I gotta get up and work out. Y'all gonna
No, we're gonna let you go, Miss Mo.
Right, we gotta let Mo
You a
go.
book to read. It look
yes. I got a book. I got a book to listen to until I read it.
look, ain't no pictures. It's
Ain't
very
no
few
picture.
pictures in that book.
Ain't no picture in the book.
You better go to YouTube. I just gave you the audio.
I already went through it, so
But it's Brandon. Brandon need the audio.
Yeah, I need the audio. Send the audio. Did you send it out?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get Brandon. See, let me get the audio so you can catch Price up, so we can have some conversation.
Sure.
Oh, he already in the juicy part though, so he probably
He took me the juicy part.
It is though. Like in the middle of this book, like through this thick ass book, is some good nuggets in here.
Well, I'm gonna look forward to the dialogue. Wait a minute, what's going on? Hold on, I have to figure, make sure I got the right thing. What did happen? Oh man. Tell you right now, get up at 6:30 in the morning. Don't be surprised if y'all hear this playing.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go and check out, and then like I say, it was a good discussion. Tell every brother his presentation was, it was to the core. I mean, he got a year's worth of conversation on what he was peeling the onion back on, and y'all have a happy holidays, and I'll see y'all in 2023 when we start the book club. Then,
Man, you better be on here Wednesday so I can get my birthday present.
okay, well, just what? Put your cash up in the
yeah,
in the Facebook.
I do it on Wednesday. Y'all crazy. All right, y'all. Peace,
All
power,
right,
and
y'all.
profit.
Good
Peace,
night,
power,
everybody.
and profit.
Peace.
Brandon, I'm gonna send it.
Okay.
All right, peace, power, and profit to the chat. Amen. Let me close this thing out with something in the background, so it can look like somebody. Oh, this was somebody. All right, y'all. This is what we're gonna be starting January 4th. Get ready. Let's get the knowledge up. Time to get back to business. Oh, here we go. This thing. Oh, here we go.